Good evening. We'd like to welcome you to the Provo Municipal Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, June 7th. We're starting at about 5:45. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo Channel 17, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. The council requests that citizens help maintain the decorum of the meeting by turning off electronic devices or silencing them, being respectful to the council and others, and refraining from applauding during the proceedings of the meeting. We'd like to excuse Ms. Santiago tonight, who is out of town, and let's begin with a roll call. Mr. Strachan?
Cliff Strachan.
Brian Jones.
David Harding.
Gary Winterton.
Dave Sewell?
George Stewart.
Dave Connect.
Kay Van Buren.
Wayne Parker.
Thank you. The opening prayer tonight will be offered by Parker Grames, who is a member of Troop 729. Thank you, Parker. We're very glad to have you with us tonight. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be conducted by Luke Allen and Matthew. Pardon? Is the mic? Oh, we need the podium mic on. Thank you. The flag ceremony will be conducted by Luke Allen and Matthew Cook.
Will the audience please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? On my honor, I will
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The audience may be seated.
Thank you. We now have a neighborhood spotlight, which will be presented by Shannon Bingham, who is the Timpanogos Neighborhood Chair.
Good evening. Which microphone is it? Does it matter? I just wanted to let you know how our neighborhood cleanup project went. The neighborhood cleanup project came about because of a walk the block with Louise Jorgensen, other council members, and other people from the city who were able to help us know how to make this cleanup project happen. And we were also able to get a matching grant from Provo City, which helped fund 3 sprinkler systems going in neighbors' homes. And we were able to get over we had over 200 volunteers from a BYU YSA stake, and then also neighborhood volunteers. There were over 50 neighborhood volunteers. And we were able to receive donations from local grocery stores. Provo City Forestry Department donated trees, and different neighbors donated to the projects going on in their neighborhood. So that was over $4,500 in donations from neighbors and various entities in Provo. And over 550 combined volunteer hours. So it was a really great service project. Right here, they're cleaning up. We cleaned up in different neighbors' yards. If you want to just click through the Oh, I have the clicker. I'm sorry. Okay. So here we are at the beginning of the project. The volunteers are entering in their volunteer hours, how many hours they'll donate that day. It was a rainy day, and despite the rain, they continue to work. We had Habitat for Humanity come with their tool truck, which was a huge help. We had a lot of volunteers and needed their tools, so that was wonderful. We planted 17 trees, and I think Dave Harding is right there, planting a tree. Thank you. It was just beautiful to see areas of our neighborhood that have been eyesores be cleaned up and beautified. Lots of dead trees were hauled away, lots of tree trimming. There's a woman in our neighborhood she's 85, and there were a group of volunteers there at her house, and for days after, she just kept telling me how grateful she was, just so thankful, because she's not able to do the kind of work that they did on her own. And one of the really wonderful things from the Walk the Block with the city council members, we were able to get this crosswalk in. It's on 500 North, the crossing that goes from 400 West across the street to the rec center and to the park. It's been an area, I've lived in this neighborhood for 16 years, and neighbors have consistently been asking for a crosswalk there. And because of the Walk the Block, they were able to see that, oh yes, that is a heavily trafficked area, and we do need a crosswalk there. And it's been wonderful to cross there now and have cars stop for us. These are two of the homes. The two homes on the left, well, it's the same home. The home on the left was one of the recipients of the sprinkler system, and then there were two others. And then this home on the right is a rental house in our neighborhood. And because of the three other projects, sprinkler system projects that were going in, the homeowners on the right decided to use the volunteers and install their sprinkler system earlier than planned. So overall, the project was a huge success, and we're really grateful for the Provo City Matching Grant, which allowed this project to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds like an amazing project. I'll move on to the next item, which is approval of minutes. First, I had a question for Louise Jorgensen. I know that, is she here tonight? She's not, okay. Well, you might know the answer to this, Mr. Straken. I know before Chair Santiago left and was out of communication range that she'd asked for a few things to be looked at. I assume they probably were in the minutes. Okay. All right, well, the first one we'll be asked to consider is the May 3rd, 2016 council minutes. Are there any objections or concerns or additions to the minutes for that meeting? Mr. Harding.
If there were some concerns that were identified and we're not certain if they have been made a part of the minutes, I'm curious about, would it make sense to hold off until we get those confirmed and then we can approve them?
We can certainly do that. If it's something that you could check quickly, we can also pull it up on the screen, whatever you'd like to do. Is there?
They were not necessarily my concerns, but if
I believe Mr. Strachan is checking with Louise right now to see
Okay.
if those changes have been made. So if there are other comments from any other council members, we could address those, or we could even move to one of the presentations and then come back to approval of the minutes.
Okay, let's do that then while we're waiting to hear back from Louise on that question. Well, yeah, and then we can address it all at the same time. Okay, well, we have kind of a special treat tonight. It's not every day that we have representatives from C-SPAN here in town to talk to us about what they've learned about Provo. I understand they're working on some kind of a project, and I'll turn the time over to Ashley Hill, who is the producer and community relations representatives for the C-SPAN Cities Tour. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me. We're so pleased to be here, not just at council, but in Provo in general. My name is Ashley Hill. I am a producer and community relations representative for the C-SPAN TV network based out of Washington, D.C. And I'm here with my colleague Tiffany Rock and one other videographer, Scott Hummelsheim, as part of C-SPAN Cities Tour. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we're highlighting your community, but first I want to say thanks to the city. The city has been so warm to us as we've been here. Thank you to Mr. Parker over here. I almost called you Wayne, like we're buddies now. I interviewed him yesterday, and he's just been a great help in kind of pointing us in the right direction. And also want to thank our partners at Comcast. Unfortunately, they couldn't be with us this evening, but C-SPAN has enjoyed a long business and educational partnership with Comcast, and it's actually because of them that our C-SPAN Cities Tour is able to visit your community this week. C-SPAN, for those of you who don't know, was a TV network that was created by the cable industry in 1979 as a public service. Its mission was to provide viewers with direct access to their lawmakers. Now, we have a lot of great resources and a lot of great programming at C-SPAN, not just our gavel-to-gavel coverage of what goes on in the U.S. Capitol, but there are a lot of things that we don't have at C-SPAN. Number one, that's use of taxpayer or government money. That's commercials, and that's also editorializing. We don't have any editorializing of any kind. So that truly makes C-SPAN a one-of-its-kind network. We've since expanded to include C-SPAN 2 and C-SPAN 3, which houses our book TV and American history TV for 48 hours every weekend, and brings me to why we're here this week. Just as the original C-SPAN network strives to make Washington, D.C. and our lawmakers accessible to the rest of the country, our C-SPAN Cities Tour looks to turn a spotlight on unique cities that otherwise might not be spotlighted in that way to a national audience. While in each city, we produce pieces that highlight that area's unique history and nonfiction literary life. And we hope to introduce the rest of America to what makes a city like Provo special in those areas. Now, we've been here a few days already, and we've really hit the ground running. There's 3 of us. We're trying to interview and speak with as many people as possible, but we're also trying to take some time just to enjoy your city. I think, maybe when you live in a place for a long amount of time, you start to forget just how wonderful it is. I live in DC, and I don't go to a lot of the museums or a lot of the monuments, because they're always there. But for us traveling out west, we're seeing these beautiful snow-capped mountains. I went on a hike yesterday at Bridalveil Falls, and it took my breath away. And so we're so happy to be here in your community, just enjoying what you have to offer. I had one of the best meals of my life last night at Black Sheep, but also focusing on that history and literary scene. And so I would like to tell you a couple of the things that we are covering as part of our programming. First of all, for our American History TV, my coworker Scott Hummelsheim, who is our American History TV videographer, he's doing stories about the founding of Provo for our C-SPAN networks. He's going to the BYU Peoples and Cultures Museum to look at the excavation of the original Provo Temple. They have a great exhibit on that there. He's also visiting the BYU Museum of Paleontology and learning about dinosaur Jim Jensen, which I didn't know about before I came here, and I didn't know about Provo's tie to fossils and dinosaurs, which I've never grown out of that little kid phase of thinking dinosaurs are so cool. So it's awesome that we get to tell that story. We're also working with BYU's Special Collections Library to look at the Reed-Smoot papers in their archives, as well as looking at the Yellowstone Park collection, which is really timely since we're hitting the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service. I mean, Yellowstone, of course, isn't here, but the BYU library has one of the biggest collections of Yellowstone ephemera in the country. Now, for Book TV, my colleague Tiffany Rock back there, she's visiting the Crandall Printing Museum, which I think just seems very cool. I'm excited to join her on that tomorrow. She interviewed Spencer Fluman from BYU on his book, A Peculiar People, about early Mormonism. She interviewed Earl Fry on his book, Pathway to Renaissance America. She went to Moon's Rare Books. Moon's Rare Books, if you have not been there, it's in Zion Mercantile. It is incredible. First edition copies of the Book of Mormon, early copies of the Bible, early copies of great pieces of literature from Jane Austen and Rudyard Kipling. Very cool. And then she also has interviewed Susan Sessions Ruff on her book, Are We There Yet? which I love as someone who travels the country with C-SPAN and drives around America, that sort of Americana nostalgia about the Great American Road Trip. And so this book looks at how people after World War II took through the roads and saw America. So that's some of the programming that you'll see about Provo on our network. I also interviewed Mr. Parker earlier this week about just a sense of the city, its economic drivers, who lives here, what people can expect to see if they come to Provo. And so everything that we shoot while we're here is going to air on a special Provo weekend of programming, July 2nd and 3rd on our C-SPAN networks. Now, if for some reason you forget to set those DVRs, do not worry. It will all be on our website, as I mentioned to you, at cspan.org/cities tour. It will be archived indefinitely on there with a special Provo landing page. And if you weren't sick of us yet, we're also on Twitter. So we are at C-SPAN Cities on there. If there's something you think we should see, give us a holler. And in addition to all of our televised pieces, we're fortunate enough that Comcast has partnered with us to do extensive community outreach. So that includes presentations to local civic groups and area schools, talking with teachers, which I did earlier today, about how they can utilize C-SPAN in their classrooms. And I'll be at the Chamber of Commerce 1 Million Cups event tomorrow, so if you're going to be there, pretend that this is all brand new information to you when I speak about it again. Again, I want to thank the City of Provo for participating and welcoming us with open arms and sharing your story with us, and for Comcast for making this all possible. I hope you all tune in on July 2nd and 3rd and enjoy how we highlight your city. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you coming to spotlight our city in this way. I don't know if any council members had questions. I just had one real quick.
Absolutely. What's your answer?
2 days of programming. How many hours of programming are we talking about here?
Yeah, so we're doing 5 different sort of docu-style pieces about about your city, about the history, 5 different pieces, and then about the literary scene, 5 different pieces. And those can range anywhere from about 5 minutes to 20 minutes in length a piece.
Wow, that's great. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Anyone else?
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll return to the approval of the minutes. Looks like we're good to go with that. Do we have any corrections, additions, or objections to the May 3rd, 2016 council minutes? If not, we'll declare those approved by common consent. Next is the May 17th, 2016 council minutes. Are there any concerns, questions, objections to those minutes? If not, we'll declare those accepted by common consent. And then the last one is the May 19th, 2016 council meeting. Now that was a special meeting. Was that the RDA meeting? Okay. Any concerns or corrections on that one? Then we'll declare that one accepted by common consent as well. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 2, which is a presentation by Paul Warner regarding Freedom Festival 2016.
Well, this brings back old memories. It's nice to be here. You all look pretty serious. I don't know what the deal is. I remember we used to laugh and joke a lot, but it doesn't look like
Budget time, Paul.
it is good to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity every year to give you a little bit of information and get some information from you. I hope you got this magazine already in the mail. It should have arrived if it didn't see me, because we need to know which post offices didn't do their job, in as much as there was a pretty hefty bill that we paid the U.S. Post Office to get these mailed out. So if you just go to the event page, I thought just for a minute we would look at a couple of the activities that we'll have taking place. And Wayne, I've got the tickets except for Stadium of Fire, and we've got those being printed. So if you'll just skip down, the prayer breakfast is this Friday. Some of you have given us that you're coming, and if you haven't, I'm afraid we are jammed. It's been really interesting this year. We've had people come out of the woodwork wanting to come and be a part of the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast that will be up at BYU's Hinckley Center. The baby contest we're doing with Orem this year, so the Orem Summerfest and BYU, or the Freedom Festival, have kind of combined together to do that, and we'll see how well that works out, but we anticipate it'll be good. Next Tuesday, June 14th, we invite you to come. That opportunity to see the flag retirement is really special. If you haven't been to one and see the Boy Scouts take care of the flag appropriately when it's been worn and tattered, it's a very moving presentation. Then, if you'll just skip down, June 26th, Patriotic Service. We invite all of you to come. We'll have some reserved seats for you. Elder Christofferson from the LDS Church will be there and give a major address on freedom of religion. We anticipate there'll be a great group there. We met yesterday with BYU TV, and they're going to televise it, so it'll be available on a much wider area than we could do just on having those in attendance. We anticipate anywhere from 10 to 11,000 will be in attendance at the Marriott Center, and hope that you can join with us there. The gala on June 30th, as you go through the magazine, you'll see the people that we're honoring. One is Judge Scalia from the Supreme Court. That was really an interesting thing. We had made arrangements to offer him an award, a Freedom Award, and on Friday, thanks to Judge Griffith, who's on the Washington, D.C. Appellate Court, they had made arrangements to invite him to come to Provo and be honored, and it was the very next day that he died. So we felt like where we had that in motion, that we would still like to honor him, and his son from Washington, D.C., and his wife will be here to accept the award for his dad. So we think that'll be very special, and we appreciate the fact that the son will come and be here. The balloons you know about, Cries of Freedom, Freedom Days. I'd like for you just to feel a little bit of what we're all about again. So I've got a 3-minute highlight video on Stadium of Fire. So just to review and get your jets fired up, if you'll hit that button, that'd be great.
Oh, say.
Celebration, everybody. Hit it.
Company, attention, forward!
To all the men and women who have served in our military from past decades to the present, to all their families, to all the wounded, and in memory of all of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, I respect, honor, and support you 100%.
Do you not hear us? Maybe we can get, I don't know, maybe there's something
Still
wrong
can't
with
hear
this
you guys.
mic. We have another, maybe another mic here. Thank you. David's not on the screen, he's here with us.
It's gone on the last few years, and this year we anticipate that the show will specifically be around patriotism and appreciation for America, and so we're looking forward to Tim McGraw coming, as we find a whole lot are. We're getting calls that say, hey, what would it take to have a meet and greet with him? I've really liked him for a lot of years, and we said you and 10,000 others, so we'll see how that works out. But the ticket sales have gone very well. Right now, we're about 8,000 down the road from where we were last year at this very day. So we anticipate that it'll probably be a sellout. And so we've been very appreciative of the support from the community on getting tickets to Stadium of Fire. Patty Austin, that you saw singing on that, will be back again this year for our MC. And she's got a new song called We the People. And so we appreciate having her come and be with us. So the only other item I need to talk about a little bit, unless you have a question, is the parade. We'd like to have you, in years past, you've gone in cars or together in that from the Thanksgiving point. And so I know Brett Beasley sent all of you a letter, and we just want to make sure we're together on what you would like to do. And you would like to do what?
Well, I think we're doing the cars, aren't we? For one, yeah. Cliff, can you? Or?
Okay, and Dave, you and I talked, so we're okay there. So
Yeah.
we appreciate that. That helps a great deal. Having you together worked out well too, and that was, I know, took a little extra work to get that down from Thanksgiving point. So we'll try to get cars that match your personality. And so all of you that watch them in the parade, make sure you look at the car they're in, because that'll tell you what we think, at least. Questions? We okay? Dave?
If someone has a flag, who would they get hold of, or just go to that event and they'll retire it?
If you do take, they won't retire it that night because of Provo City ordinance. We used to do a whole lot more, as Wayne remembers, but the ordinance doesn't allow us to do many because of the smoke and such that comes away from the. So what we do is, if we bring them that night, we will take them and see that they are properly taken care of. We'll do about 3 or 4 that night is all, and do a history of the flag. But there won't be, we used to do 100, 110, and it was quite a black sky night, so. Dave?
If I could recommend to Mr. Connect to take your Boy Scouts or other groups to that, to be instructed on how to do it right, and then they can do it on their next camp out or something.
It really is a great education for those young scouts to come and see how the flag is appropriately taken care of, so. Just by way of saying thank you, we really do appreciate, number one, being in Provo. We appreciate the great support that comes from you, the city council, and the mayor and Wayne, and we just have had great relationship that we couldn't pull this off anywhere else, quite honestly. With all that it takes, we anticipate having about the same kind of crowd at the parade, and that we think pushes almost 300,000 people. And they come in, they make quite a impact in terms of the economics in the area. We've figured as close as we can that it's about a $19 million amount that comes into the city with motels, food, gas, what they spend on the festival. And so we figure it's a great thing to do, not only financially, but because of what it means to the people. We get calls all over from, we can't go anywhere else but Provo on July the 4th. Because of what we feel and sense. So we appreciate it.
There are so many family traditions that happened around your day, class reunions, so many opportunities around the 4th of July. And I personally want to thank you for bringing my children home, because that's why they come home. It's their favorite holiday. And so with all the things that are provided, it's a great experience.
We got a call yesterday from a fellow that said, I don't know how to feel about you guys. All my kids are coming home and I need to buy 46 tickets to stadium. So we said, great, we're very grateful they're coming home. So thank you again. Feel free to call us anytime. We're happy to work with you, and we appreciate your service. I know what it means, so thank you.
Thank you so much. The Freedom Festival just lines up a remarkable series of events every year, and we're just so grateful to have that as part of our community. Thank you. We now have the opportunity for public comment. The public comment segment of this meeting is an opportunity for any person in attendance to comment on matters that do not appear as a public hearing on the agenda. So the items that are not scheduled for public hearing are number 16 and number 18. And items that are a public hearing are pretty much all the rest, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17. So, but this period is your opportunity to comment on items that aren't on that list. Please begin your comments by stating your name and city of residence. Should you not wish to speak, but instead have your statement read aloud by the recorder, please provide her with a copy of that statement. The council administration will not take any formal action on matters that arise during comment. Those with comments are invited to approach the podium at this time. Okay, seeing that we have no public comments, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is a public hearing on an ordinance adopting a tentative budget for Provo City Corporation for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2016 and ending June 30th, 2017 in the amount of $200,614,858, setting a public hearing to consider a proposed change in the certified tax rate and amending the consolidated fee schedule and Provo City Section Code 4.04.060. Just a quick question, Mr. Jones, is adopting a tentative budget, is that the correct language for this?
This short title is actually the same short title from the previous meeting. So there's a couple of errors in there in the sense that we're not in this meeting setting a public hearing. This is actually the public hearing that was set in the last meeting.
Okay.
So I would just rephrase that item to say that this is a public hearing on the tentative budget that was tentatively adopted in the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. That's what I get for reading it verbatim. So this is the public hearing. This is your opportunity to comment on the budget. Actually, one of 2 opportunities. We'll have another public hearing in 2 weeks. It's not anticipated that we'll vote on this item tonight. Not very likely because of we are planning on having those 2 hearings. And when the vote is taken, it will be on final adoption of the budget, not on adopting the tentative version. So this item will be presented by Dustin Graybaugh, our budget officer and controller.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. For your consideration is the tentative budget document, and I know that many of you have questions or concerns or comments that you'd like to make about it. And I like to say that personally, I'm looking forward to our meeting. On a week from Thursday, we'll have a retreat. We'll have an opportunity to extensively delve into the budget and address those questions and concerns that you have. In the meantime, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you have. And as an additional note, this date was also included in a letter sent out to all utility users for the disclosure of the amounts transferred from the enterprise funds to the general fund. So this date is set aside specifically so that people can respond to that, that solicitation for information.
Question?
Mr. Stewart.
Dustin, you mentioned in our budget committee meeting that you would have some changes to the tentative budget. When will we see those?
Our intention was to talk about those, those changes during the budget retreat.
Okay, fine. So we'll actually see, for example, the changes in budgets.
Yeah, my intent is to bring all of the tools that I have with the budget. So as we discuss scenarios, I can tell you the impact that would have on our budget. And so we can have a lot of back and forth as we talk about any changes that we do make.
We talked about some changes in actually how we're presenting some line items. We'll see those at the budget retreat then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Winterton.
Yes, Dustin, I visited with you just a few minutes today, and as we talked, I was really interested in hearing the price per person, help me describe what you were describing to me and the value of it, how much this tax would be. 3% sounds a lot when you're thinking of a property tax, if it's 3% applied to the actual tax, but this is only, again, the Provo City portion. What does that mean to the resident?
So normally how a property tax works is there are several different entities that levy property taxes on a house. The lion's share of those are devoted to the school district, which is not part of Provo City. Of the Provo City portion, which is again a smaller portion, there are segments within that, and only a portion of that is related to the general fund. The other is other debt obligations, including the library and other bonds. So of the general fund portion, so that's a fraction of a fraction, is what we're proposing has the 3% increase. That 3% increase would have the effect, a median home price, according to city data online, is $200,005 or $205,600. On an annual basis, a 3% increase of this portion of the property tax amounts to a little over $3 per year.
25 cents a month?
Roughly.
So what's the approximate percentage that Provo's piece is of the whole property tax bill?
I think during the budget retreat would probably be the best opportunity to delve into the details around this. It's a very small portion. I don't know it off the top of my head, and I'd be afraid to give you the wrong number. So.
Mr. Harding.
A very quick estimate, if 3% is $3, 100% would be close to $100. So on a median home, it would be roughly 100 out of whatever the total bill would be, which probably around $1,200, $1,300. So, I mean, that's just kind of ballpark.
That sounds close to what makes sense to me.
Okay. Right, thank you, Mr. Grable. We'll now turn the time over for citizens who may wish to comment on the budget or any of the related aspects of it.
I'm Pam Jones, Provo, Edgemont area. I've been reading a lot of the comments on social media and the city newsletters and whatnot lately. I went to the lunch meeting yesterday with some of the council members, and I have asked the question before, and I've still not got an answer. I know that elected officials have a legal right to raise taxes. I want to know what the moral right is to take more and more and more money from the citizens. Some of your rationales are that inflation reduces the, value of the spending ability. Well, regular people have to deal with inflation too. I'm glad to see the price of milk going down, but a lot of other things are going up, like fruit and vegetables. The other day I was talking to a friend of mine who has a good job, benefits, the whole thing. She's looking at retiring in another year or two and is stepping into the quagmire that is Social Security. She said, you know, I'm on a fixed income too, because I haven't had a raise or a bonus in 3 years. So where am I supposed to come up with the extra money if the city decides to raise taxes and fees and so on? Mr. Winterton asked me yesterday to make a list of places that I would cut in the budget. Rather than a list, I've thought of 2 ideas I've heard other places. One is called the penny plan. You cut a penny out of each dollar of a budget. In other words, 1%. Across the board, everybody. That means the city budget, not the people. Don't cut our income. Another plan is, I'm not sure of all the words in it, but it's called a zero-sum game or gain, something like that. In other words, where you take money from one place, you subtract it from another, so it all comes out even. And that's up to you to set the priorities, what places can be cut and what places need to be added to. But I would like to see you come up with a budget that has no raises at all.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Are there other citizens who would like to comment at this time?
My name is Porter Hoskins, and I'm a resident of Provo. Just wondering if we could get clarification. There's a Deseret News article saying that this year's proposal, the 2017 property taxes would raise another 3%, and the average water bill would jump another $11 a month, or $132 a year, opposed to the $5 a year. Are we talking about, is that a different thing we're going to be talking about later, the $132 increase? It seemed like the same paragraph was indicating a higher raise than just $5 a year.
So there are 2 different things referenced in the article there. There's the property tax, which is currently proposed at 3%, which, as Mr. Graybo explained, refers to just a portion, a relatively small portion of the property tax you're paying. And then the other reference in there was to proposed increases in public works utility fees, 4 of them specifically, not energy, but water, wastewater, stormwater, and sanitation. And those are all part of the budget discussion.
Okay. All right. Just thanks for the clarification.
You bet. Thank you for your comment. Are there other comments from citizens at this time? If not, we'll turn it over to the council for discussion. Mr. Stewart.
Pam, this might help explain when you raise taxes. Taxes are used to provide city services in addition to fees. And so my feeling is that we don't raise taxes until the budget is as lean as it possibly can be. And I believe personally that we don't need to raise the property tax this year because there are things in the budget that can be reduced to replace the income that would come from that. The income from the property tax is about $150,000. And so we have a budget committee that the council has authorized to meet and make recommendations to the council, and I'll read you those recommendations. May 16th Budget Committee recommendations. The Budget Committee recommended the council adopt a tentative budget with the caveat that the council look for reduction to expenses and subsidies that would alleviate the need for the property tax increase this year. So the Budget Committee recommended that the council not approve a property tax increase and if we could find other sources for the money that was needed. On June 1st, Budget Committee recommendations. The Budget Committee recommends that the city eliminate funding of $100,000 for Downtown Provo, Inc. Of course, that would have to be approved by the council. I intend to propose changes to the budget to that effect. June 6th Budget Committee recommendations. The Budget Committee recommended that the city reduce the transfer from the general fund to the golf course by $50,000. It was interesting, the golf course has a budget surplus, fund balance. It's kind of what you have left over of $130,000. And so $50,000 would come from that, so they could have the same amount to spend, but some of the spending would come from their own current fund balance. So I don't know if that helps answer the question, but we are looking for ways to reduce the expenses of the city rather than raising taxes.
Mr. Winterton.
Yes, and I understand what George is talking about. There are some challenges with that. As we think about what we've done at the golf course, one of the reasons we have that fund balance is because of the efforts, the great efforts of our Parks and Recreation Department. And one of the challenges that I face with them, I've been in an organization before, it says, if we don't spend that money today, we're going to lose it. Well, what this group here has done is they've actually said, we are going to be as efficient as we can so that when we have extra money because of our efficiencies, we will be able to put it on different projects that will benefit the golf course. And as I understand some of the things that they're willing to do with that fund, it's not that they're increasing salaries. They've got some capital improvement projects that are not necessarily in our budget at this point. And so we need to determine whether those are the right things to be doing at this point. And that's what I'm grateful for, the opportunity to have our budget retreats. I think that whenever we cut, there's no question that we will have an effect on something. And how that is affected, we need to determine whether those effects are actually worth the cut. And that's our responsibility as a city council, to hold those discussions and say, how are these, when we cut, and I feel we do have an obligation to cut everything that we feel that we feel is not as important. But there are certain services that we are required to do. And doggone it, those services do continue to inflate in price. I think we have some cars here that I was told yesterday that are 20 years old. I don't know how many of you are driving 20-year-old cars at your homes. We have challenges, and those prices that we paid 20 years ago for some of those cars is not the same price. Last year, we took a 1% increase. Was it 1 or 2% increase in property tax, which was the first property tax increase that this city had seen in 22 years. That helped a little bit. But we have been so far behind in inflationary things. We have things that we've been able to do to maintain that. Again, the discussion is great to have, and it's so important that we as a community have this discussion. As we go forward with these plans, I think think it's important that we recognize that those costs will continue to go forward. And this is really, really hard. And I hope the residents of Provo recognize that this is not something that we take at all lightly. It's a great responsibility and it's a great opportunity, but we do have responsibilities to provide the services that the community wants. That, Pam, is where we get our obligation, our moral obligation. We are morally obligated to provide the services that the citizens have asked us to provide. Now, what those services are, there's always a question about. But I am very proud of the record of our departments and our heads. They have done amazing work. And I'm grateful to be associated with them. It's interesting. The more I become involved, the more I see how amazing this is. Often a person will become involved and see a lot of faults. There are a few faults, there's no question. But the more I become involved, the more amazed I am at the things that we're able to do in this city. So I promise you, I will do my best. That's the first thing we do, is look to cut. And it's the last thing we do to look at to raising property taxes, in my mind.
Mr. Knecht.
Gary, I think that was very well spoken. I certainly agree with what you said. And Pam, I don't know if you, or how many others that are on fixed income, if you're aware of the county's circuit breaker tax abatement program. And my mom lived to be 94 and took advantage of that. She was on a fixed income and she stayed in her own home and couldn't tell you how many years she didn't have to pay property tax at all because she was just on Social Security. And they look at your income and your age. It also applies, I believe, to people that are veterans, blind, or widow. And so if you're over 65 and on that fixed income, you need to look at whether the county will reduce or in some cases completely eliminate your property tax based on your circumstance.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Just again to the recommendation to reduce the golf course, that's a subsidy from the general fund of the city. That's not money that they're generating themselves. We're subsidizing the golf course to the tune of about $120,000 a year. And so we were told in our budget committee meeting that helped us make that decision that the general practice of the city is if there's fund balance, they don't look to subsidize a department, and that's generally something that's happened for years. So it would be against what normally we do when there's a fund balance to subsidize from that fund balance, from the general fund when the fund balance could handle it. So we're not taking all the money that's there, and there is already $40,000 appropriated for general improvements to the golf course. So I don't know if that helps, but it's a matter of reducing the subsidy by $50,000.
Other comments or discussion?
I'd like to make one more comment about property taxes because they are such a confusing thing. They are so frustrating to me as a property taxpayer. People say that Provo City does not get any more money, and yet my property taxes go up. It is a real challenge for a resident to understand, for me to understand even, that value and mill levy are all involved, but ultimately without a truth in taxation and without like I said, last year was the first time we'd ever raised property taxes, 1%. And so that means that Provo City has not gotten any extra property tax money except for growth. And so everyone else, even though you do see your property taxes go up, And you need to recognize also that when we did our recreation center, yes, your property taxes went up, but the city for operations did not get a penny more. And when we did the library, your property taxes went up, but the city operations stayed the same. They did not change for 22 years with the amount of money that we received from property tax. Last year, we had a substantial increase in our property taxes, which was due to the vote that was taken to increase our property taxes for the new schools. And again, Provo City got 1%, which I believe was $1.78 about per year per $200,000 value in a home. So it was real close to that amount. And so I am confident that this council is very conscientious on the way they spend money and the services that we try to provide for this city.
Mr. Stewart?
Just a clarification, the city's share of the property tax can go up on your individual property because your property appreciates. If your property is worth $250,000 and the county assesses it now at $300,000, your share of the city's property tax will go up. So it doesn't stay level.
But that also, if yours goes up, that would mean somebody else would probably go down because the city's amount stays that they receive is exactly the same. Even though yours went up, that would have to be compensated somewhere else in the city, that theirs would have to go down. The only increase that the city gets without a truth and taxation hearing is the amount that is allocated to growth.
Just to comment, my city property taxes have gone up because my property values have gone up.
If there's no other discussion, I'd just like to make one comment for the public's benefit. When is the budget retreat scheduled for? That's the 16th, and what time does it start? 10 a.m. So in that meeting, the council will be delving into a little more detail. I believe we're going to have each department head come, if I'm remembering right, and to answer questions about each department's budget. So I just wanted to make you aware that that's a meeting you can attend if you want. You can watch it online if you want to delve into a little more detail at that level. Okay, so I think we'll move on at this time since we won't be voting on this until 2 weeks. Next item is agenda item number 4, which is a public hearing on a resolution appropriating $150,000 in the general fund to repair the roof on the building that houses the Community Development Department and Fire Station number 1, applying to the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2016, and this will be presented by Dustin Graybow.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. This appropriation is, I think, a dire need that the roof has on this portion of the city center building, and it was a urgent need identified by Dick Blackham, our facilities manager, who's also available for questions if you have about it. For the public's knowledge that this appropriation, I think, is much needed and will go to at least maintaining the safety and viability of the current structures we have. If there's any questions, I'm sure Dick or I would be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? All right, thank you. This item is a public hearing, so do we have any members of the public that would wish to comment on this item at this time? If not, we'll turn it back to the council for discussion or for a motion.
I'd just like to make a motion to approve or to
in favor of this resolution appropriating this money for the roof.
Mr. Van Buren has made a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Mr. Connect, is there any discussion on the motion? Then I will call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago being absent. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 5, which is a public hearing on a resolution appropriating $307,500 in the general fund to make purchases related to necessary capital projects in the Recreation Center, applying to the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2016. And this will again be presented by Mr. Graybaugh.
Thank you. Councilors, this appropriation is based on the exceeding revenues coming into the Recreation Center. Originally, the budget was $4.1 million. They're on track to generate in excess of $4.5 million. So this appropriation would come out of that excess revenue and go towards necessary improvements to the Recreation Center to help it be able to better deliver the services that it currently provides for the citizens. There's a variety of projects, and Scott Henderson, the Parks and Recreation Director, is here, and he's also available to answer any questions in addition to myself if the council has any.
Are there any questions? Mr. Winterton?
As a council, we did have that opportunity to hear those things, but I would, Scott, I'd like to invite you, if you wouldn't mind, just to tell, for the public's benefit, some of those improvements that would go with this $307,000.
And while he's coming up, if I may, my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, is that because there is a surplus because we have more attendance, more usage of this building than projected, and because of that increased usage, there's increased impact, and so some of the proposed things that we'll be hearing, the list, helps to address that increased attendance so that the experience of the patrons is still good.
So the criteria that we used were safety, increasing capacity, and increasing efficiencies. So that was the model that we put any projects through. These are divided into 2 categories. We had aquatics and outdoor projects, including a new pool liner, some additional fencing needed for controls, ADA access, the ability safety-wise to be able to make announcements at the outdoor pool with everybody coming to our facility, additional outdoor pool furniture so it doesn't turn into a Wild West land grab when we open the gate and everybody's trying to get a chair. Outdoor concessions so we can better communicate what we were offering there. Also inside the rec center, floor covering for our gymnasiums, fitness equipment that allows patrons to be able to gauge their fitness level as they're participating. Racquetball seating, chairs and tables. We have a lot of instances now where the rec center is completely booked and have activities in all areas, and yet we don't have enough tables and chairs to take care of those. And then also changing to a more mobile computer system to give us a better efficiency at those customer service points so we can move people around where the needs are in the facility.
Thank you. This item is scheduled for public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
My name is Jeff Rose, resident of Provo. This kind of harks back to the previous budget discussion, but looking at this drawing from the general fund, which I am completely in favor of, going back to the subsidy on the golf course, I'm just unclear as to why we continue to subsidize the golf course, what role that plays, or if there's any sort of directive that goes into that. Because when I look at the numbers, like on item number 4, it seemed like that number was almost directly correlated to the amount of surplus or subsidy that was attributed to the golf course. So I just like a little bit of clarification on why that is done. and if funds from that area could be moved into the general fund to maybe even give more money to a project of this sort.
Just to clarify, you were asking if more money could be moved from where?
So we had talked about, and remind me of the number, but the $140,000 or $104,000 or the additional, I don't remember the exact number, but the additional funding for the golf course.
The subsidy for the golf course, right?
It's a fund balance.
Okay. So could you explain a little bit more about how that fund balance works, as well as why the golf course is subsidized? I don't quite get it.
Okay, thank you. This isn't directly related to this, this particular item. I don't have an objection. If we want to take a minute, maybe Mr. Bunker, would you be the best maybe to answer that question? Yeah. Pardon? Anderson, I'm sorry. My mind is shot.
So subsidy of a golf course in a municipality, especially in this region, is not a rare thing. Right now, the subsidy for the golf course is 10% of its operating costs. The other 90% are covered by the golfers that pay their fees at the facility. When we took the golf course back from privatization, the current subsidy we're at now is actually at 25% of the amount when we got it back. So we've been practicing subsidy reduction every single year. In fact, in our proposed budget for this year, we proposed a $23,000 reduction. So I think we're moving in the right direction. There's been different operational changes along the way that maybe have caused some bumps in the road, but we're with you exactly on what you're talking about. And we've shown that we have those abilities to do those at quality facilities like the rec center, and we plan that same option with the golf course also.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Are there any other public comments on this agenda item at hand? And just as a reminder, this is related to the appropriation for the $3,000 to make the purchases that were just shown to us for the rec center.
Yes, my name is David Serpinski. I'm a Provo resident. I guess my question is, looking at the cost of the membership fee, I was wondering if there'd be any consideration for reductions in costs for attending the rec center. I see you're getting a lot of funds for it. What exactly qualifies the, how do I word this? What exactly should have thought about this more before I got up. What exactly goes into determining how much like family fees cost? I live with family, and I've got members who are developmentally disabled, and they're not my immediate family. They're my nieces and nephews, but I go there to help them, get public and interaction, and basically help them develop as much as they can. But I'm on a budget because I'm a student. I go to school. I work. I'm just wondering, is there possibility? Would there be like a possibility of consideration for reductions in costs for like a family membership fee for those that are just like outside immediate family? That's all.
Thank you. Not quite sure where to go with that. So I think maybe you're asking about the trade-off. We've got a little extra money here because the rec center's doing very, very well. And do we invest that in continued growth, or is there a possibility of maybe a slight fee reduction instead? I think is kind of what I got out of that. Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Henderson?
So in this type of situation, which is also very unique to rec center management, to where we have a rec center right now budgeted for next year to bring in $4.6 million, and right now it has $4.1 million in expenses. So it has a $500,000 surplus over direct costs. Now, there's multiple choices. There's one, you can reduce your fees and bring that down, and that is the choice that was discussed. There is the possibility of, reinvesting in the rec center, which we are talking about today for at least a partial of the extra revenues coming in. Or the city can take those funds and use those for other purposes, whether within the Parks and Recreation Department or throughout the city. That really does come down to a policy decision. Our fees were based, before we opened, on market, on what other municipal rec centers are charging in the area and what comparable rec centers to our beautiful recreation center would be charging. So that's what we used as a base for setting our fees. I think we're finding with 23,000 members and about 2 million visitors every single year that the pricing seems to not be restricting attendance. We also do have a wonderful program called the Plus One program for any family member that is providing assistance for a special needs patron, that person providing that assistance gets in free. So we make sure and we understand that those situations exist, whether within the family or whether with a friend coming with someone with special needs. So we do have a program built in to assist with that type of need.
Thank you.
Question?
Mr. Winterton?
Just a comment. We want to make sure that this recreation center is providing the best experience for everyone involved. And there's a fine balance between getting lowering the fees and making giving more people the opportunity to be there. As you get more people, maybe the experience diminishes, and there's more cost of covering those things that need to happen. And so we have the Parks and Rec Department has gone to great lengths to find that happy medium where we have a great experience at the recreation center, and yet we are still covering the cost for our capital improvements, and it's a balancing act. And I understand what he's talking about, and I appreciate the efforts that go into it every year. They look at their fees every year to determine where that happy medium is.
Mr. Connect.
So, Scott, just as a recap, before we decided to build a new rec center, we had, 3 or 4 facilities spread out, and every year we were, the operations and maintenance is, like $800,000 that we had to kind of subsidize or...
The old rec center, the Eldred Senior Center, and the center, which is also the former teen center, went through a couple name changes, were all subsidized at that time at right around $800,000. They were assuming with all the repair and maintenance and as obsolete as those facilities were coming, that we were going to reach $1 million subsidy to those by the time the new rec center would have opened if we didn't make this change. So you look at that and you look at a rec center that is providing $500,000 to back to the city, and for these type of requests or other requests, I mean, that's a $1.5 million turnaround that we look at it. So it definitely strikes that argument that providing obsolete facilities is not fiscally conservative. Being there and being interesting to your citizens and providing the services that are asked for is definitely the best business decision for the city.
The one thing I wanted to add, though, in the big picture, is those other older facilities that had high maintenance, you could say were bought and paid for. So we weren't paying a bond or paying off the facilities. And currently we do have a bond. Is it $3 million a year, or what are we paying on the bond for the rec center? I'm
not sure the annual payment.
That's the number I remember. So it's a fairly big payment.
It is. The process that went through, and it is a serious process when you decide on a $39 million rec center. And that's why this went to a public vote and was approved by approximately 60% of the citizens, which 60% for a tax increase is a pretty large amount. So we took that decision very serious, and I hope you see in how we're operating and what we delivered for that money that we wanted to make sure that we delivered the best product possible.
And I agree. I think it's been a overwhelming success, for wonderful choice for the community. And I just want people to understand that there's a lot of complexities to budget items. While we can talk about the success of the rec center and how it has kind of generated a surplus, in the big picture, we're also having to pay millions of dollars each year on the bond in order to have that new facility. And that will go on for, I don't know, 20 years or whatever until it's paid for. But that was our choice, and we now have a new wonderful facility. But it would be, I think, misleading to say that we're making money, because when you look at the big picture, we all have to pay out of whatever fund, the general fund or whatever, we are paying for that facility. And it would have to generate another, let's say, $3 million a year to be in the black.
Yeah, I never use the word profit. This is... this is something where we are covering our direct costs, which are the budgeted costs to run this facility. There are a lot of different formulas and paradigms and what should be included or not included, but very careful about that.
Right, and we do, like you say, look at what the right fee is to charge, and we try to balance that, and hopefully we're not pricing too many people out of the privilege.
Mr. Harding.
Just listening to this conversation, I've had a dozen thoughts go in and out of my head on this. I think that the citizens chose to enter into the bond for the rec center, and I'm thrilled. I think it's quite an anomaly that we are covering the operational expenses. I think if anyone really sat down and looked at what it would cost, it would be the bond plus, making up the difference between the operating expenses and the fees that are collected. And the fact that the fees are more than covering the operations, I think that's a wonderful success that I'm not sure everyone in the community really understands just how exceptional that is. So that's wonderful. I do think it's an interesting thought, though. We look at the golf course and say, well, it has to be subsidized X amount each year, but we aren't paying any bonds on the golf course right now. And so from a different perspective, in some ways the golf course and the golf course is doing a lot better. You've reduced the subsidy 75%. So I think that's great, and I appreciate your thoughts on not talking about profit, because these are services that our residents have asked for, and we're providing them. And so not everyone uses the rec center. Some people may use the rec center and not use the golf course. Others may use the golf course and not the rec center. And others may not use either of them, but they may live in a better community because these services are provided, whether they personally use them or not. They may live in a more vibrant community that attracts maybe more businesses because some of these things are offered. So there's a lot of, as our economist friends on our budget committee like to talk about it, externalities that are not captured on the spreadsheet, but do affect our quality of life and the vibrancy of our community. And I did want to just make sure that Mr. Sapinski, close enough, that you caught the +1 program. And let me just commend you and thank you for thinking of things like that to make sure that you are providing the best services that we can to our community. I'm glad that Provo is the city that provides those kind of programs. So thank you for that. And there was one other thing, but I probably take enough time. But thank you.
I just had one comment I wanted to make that was triggered by comments that Mr. Henderson and Mr. Connect made. I was thinking about this big investment that we made that the voters rather enthusiastically asked us to make for the rec center. And it occurs to me that what we're being asked to do here tonight is an investment to sort of protect that bigger investment that we've already made. Like you said, to keep things attractive, keep things interesting, make sure we can handle the volume and all those kind of things. So
we really don't know where this success story is going to end right now.
Yeah.
You know, so this reinvestment and the concept of reinvestment by the council helps us take care of. We didn't plan on 23,000 members. That wasn't part of the prospectus. We didn't plan on this many visitors. So we have to change how we operate, and we've done that. But this commitment from the council is appreciated in recognizing that, you know, the commitment to try to keep this success story going is something that we value as a team member with you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Were there any other comments from the public at this time related to this item? If not, we'll turn it back to the council for any further discussion or for a motion.
I move that we adopt the resolution.
Mr. Stewart has moved that we adopt the resolution. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren has seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion? I'll call for the vote then. All in favor? The motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago being excused. Let's move on to item number 6, which is a public hearing on a resolution approving the reprogramming of Community Development Block Grant, sometimes known as CDBG funds, to fund the sidewalk improvement project on 400 West. And we'll ask Mr. Dan Gonzalez to present that.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Good evening, everyone. The proposal is to reprogram a total of $145,000 into the 400 West sidewalk improvement project. This project was approved to start in the following fiscal year, starting this July 1st, 2016. And additional funding from what was appropriated for that, for the following year is needed. The $145,000 is for that. The money is coming from funds that were already appropriated for the current fiscal year for two different activities that that we carry out. One of them is the down payment assistance program, which had $80,552,000 to operate, and a portion of the commercial facade renovation program, which is funded at a total of $260,000. So the proposal is to use $75,366 of the $80,552 for the down payment assistance program, and $69,634 from the $260 of the commercial facade, for a total of $145,000. Currently, we have about $300,000 appropriated from a different source, which is the home funds for the down payment assistance program. So taking the $75,000 we're proposing here will not diminish the capacity for us to continue providing that activity. For the commercial facade renovation, taking the $69,000 will leave about $191,000 left in that activity. Those activities carry a maximum of $10,000 per commercial facade that is done, and currently we have 5 projects that will be seeking that funding. So it will leave still a substantial amount in that activity to maintain and not take away from the continued success of those two activities. That is basically the request we are proposing, to reprogram from those two activities so that we can completely fund the project on 400 West. That is from 100 North to Center Street is what the sidewalk improvement will be taking place. And to note is this is the last portion in the entire downtown area that is needing that improved sidewalk that has been taking place everywhere else. I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions, Mr. Connect?
Yes, just wondering what amount, if any, the property owners that would be adjacent or benefiting have contributed, or do they contribute?
Property owners are not contributing any fund. No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. So this item is open for a public hearing. Are there any citizens that would like to comment on this item at this time? If not, we'll turn it back to the council for further discussion or for a motion. Mr. Stewart.
The city has always found it difficult to fund adequate sidewalk replacement and improvements. And so I think this is an excellent use of the reprogrammed dollars. I'd like to make a motion to approve the motion, to approve the amendment, to approve the resolution.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Stewart to approve the resolution. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Harding. Is there further council discussion on the motion? Mr. Connect.
I guess another question for Dan. So often we talk about CDBG money being used to meet certain criteria, low, moderate income, provide jobs, and remind me what criteria that were
Public facilities.
just improving public facility.
This is, yes, sidewalks, storm drains, that type of project is eligible and qualified.
Is one of the eligible categories. So it doesn't have to directly benefit low, moderate income.
It does benefit in an area basis.
Because the area qualifies.
Correct.
Bingo. Thanks.
Yes.
If there are no further discussion or comments, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. And we'll move on to item number 7. This is a public hearing on a resolution to reprogram CDBG funds to provide for the relocation of a transformer to finalize the remodel of the startup building. And this item will again be presented by Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you again. So a couple of years ago, well, maybe a little more background is needed here. The city carried out a program benefiting small businesses, looking for small businesses to come to start up and provide jobs and increase the economy in the city. In the last 3 or 4 years, there was some shifting from the city being directly involved, and this mainly because of personnel availability in the department, to work with individuals or organizations that were providing that type of service in an incubator type of capacity, whether they would have a location where small businesses could come and start up and continue on with the idea of maintaining this small business increase in the city. The startup building was one that, or the organization behind the startup building, the Taylor Family Foundation, is one that continually brings new businesses, small businesses, provides facilities and services so that they can grow and continue on. And a couple of years ago, the city agreed to support their efforts by providing a a loan of $200,000 to renovate the facility and make it more amenable for those small businesses to have a good place to be. In the renovation of the building, it was discovered that a transformer has been enclosed in the upper part of the building. It's in a room, and the city has identified that this is a non-conforming way for the transformer to be there, so it needs to be relocated. So the request here is for $50,000 from CDBG funds to facilitate and finish up the total project of the startup building. In the discussion at the study session for this item, it was suggested to have options. The request was for a grant of $50,000, and the request from council members in the majority was to evaluate or explore other options rather than a total $50,000 grant. Mr. Taylor is here with some proposals for you to hear, and I will turn the time to him at this moment.
Mr. Gonzalez, before you leave, I just had one quick question, and there may be others, but same question that Mr. Connect asked earlier. I was just curious how this fits into the CDBG criteria.
Job creation.
Job creation, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, shouldn't the resolution include the $50,000? It doesn't say anything about dollar amount.
Well, I think we're going to be presented with some options. Is that?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So, Mr. Taylor.
My son was supposed to be here tonight, but he is with his wife creating our first grandchild. They're at the hospital right now, and so I am very excited. So if I appear emotional in any way, it has to do with that, not this. So I really wanted to just talk briefly about the startup building in general and kind of frame it in a little bit larger way. We really view the startup building and the activities we're involved there as somewhat of a public-private partnership. I come from Palo Alto, California, that has quite a few startups, and a lot of cities have created things like the startup building, all on their own. Millions of dollars spent to create a facility that is a place where ideas are generated, networks are created, that they have, we're able to rent seats by the month, desks by the month, small offices, medium-sized offices, and then large offices. We've got startups of all flavors. I'm sure some of you have, hopefully all of you have seen the Provo Involved, beautiful book. Companies we work with directly are on 20% of the pages. We have, in our brief time here, the startup building's been up and going for 4 years, and startup focused for probably 3 of those years. And in that time span, we've really been able to reach out into the community and make a fairly substantial difference and quite a contribution. The events that we hold there, the things that we do, really break into 6 categories. We have a lot of community events. We have a lot of free community events, a lot of subsidized community events, and then some market rate community events. On the entrepreneurial side, we also have a lot of free events, quite a few subsidized events, and then our regular rents are modest, which I would call market-based. The transformer is, I think, is sort of a label that's being put on it. There was just a very large effort to try and bring the building up to a condition where people could work in it. And there were a lot of things that needed to be done. At the time we began that project, the city loaned us $200,000, which was fantastic. We spent a lot more than that. It's not a big surprise that something has some cost overruns. So far, we have spent a lot of our own personal money doing this, and we feel that we've generated a lot of public good in that space. We received our planning permit without any need to shift the transformer, and that was sort of a post-permit change. And that really sort of put us over. And so in talking to the city and working that through, we suggested that the block grant might be available as a use for that specific purpose.
Thank you. Are there questions, Mr. Connect?
Okay, so I'm familiar with transformers. They're usually outside on the pole. Is this a city transformer? Most people don't have private transformers. What can you tell me?
Yeah, it was kind of a surprise to us, but there's a really big city transformer right in the middle of the building. I don't know a lot about transformers, but the city, after issuing the permit to go ahead with the project, came back a little later and said, you know what, this is a big enough project, you need to move that transformer outside because it's going to explode. So we completely agree with the removal and replacement of that. No one wants to die.
Mr. Stewart?
So the city's requiring you to move it?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And technically, it's city property, the transformer?
I can't speak to that. It's not.
No?
I don't know transformers.
All right. Just in my experience, usually the city has a transformer off. It may be on your property, but it
is the city's transformer.
Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with anyone having a private transformer in order to get the electrical service, yes, so.
No.
I do feel the city has some obligation here.
The power department told us that it's a very unusual situation. The power is actually running underneath the building and then a transformer in the center of the building, and they just said it's completely unacceptable. And when it happened, why it happened, previous owner.
Mystery.
Yes.
Other questions for Mr. Taylor? Mr. Wenderton?
No, I thought we were at one time talking about this as out of redevelopment funds, but have we always been considering it as a CDBG funds for this? Okay.
It's $50,000, yes.
Okay, here comes Dave to help me with what I'm wondering about probably.
So this was actually, this building has had this would be a different situation. So earlier last year, we approved an item that had $200,000 that would help to go to rehabilitate the building and make some improvements so that it could be this kind of co-working environment. So it was during the course of doing the work on that they came back and found out. So it's an additional amount of money, it's the $50,000. So this is slated to strictly come from CDBG. Your previous money came, $105,000 came from the redevelopment agency, and then $90,000 came from the city's general fund. The city's general fund came back first through that loan arrangement. Mr. Taylor has been making those payments as scheduled, so he is on track for that.
And through CDBG, this is not unprecedented for different projects when we've done the Taylor home and other things through the CDBG grants. So.
Yeah, we've also done facade improvements for many of the businesses downtown. As Mr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, I think we have 5 projects that are coming online, quickly that will continue to help spruce up that area. So CDBG does allow you to do some of these things for job creation, and in this case, it would be appropriate for that.
Mr. Connect?
I remember that CDBG money was used to put in the infrastructure for our East Bay businesses and also Ironton. Yeah.
Yeah, so job creation is one of the broad categories, blight removal and low, moderate income persons assistance. So it's one of the broad categories that the federal government recognizes that CDBG money can be used for. And they do leave that up to the individual jurisdictions to tell the federal government what they're going to use the money for.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Walter or Mr. Taylor? I just want to thank you, Mr. Taylor, for the remarkable work that's going on there. I've been in that building several times, and as I was reading through the materials, I was just amazed at the number of businesses that have found their way through there at one point or another. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
could I
yes,
just-
Mr. Parker.
could I just add- I'm sorry, Councilmember, go ahead. I was just going to mention, the Taylor family has really made a remarkable contribution in this area. I remember when Tom and John Richards and a number of us went to Chicago to look at an accelerator called 1871, and we sat down at dinner right afterward, and Tom and John Richards said, well, now how do we do this in Provo, and how do we create a microcosm like this where we're developing new startups, we're creating jobs, we're teaching people how to code, we're doing a whole variety of things, and Tom grabbed that vision and totally ran with it and came to us for a comparatively small investment in what they're doing there. And I think it's been his vision and the commitment of the Taylor family to this project's been nothing short of remarkable. So I just want you to know that this is one where a private investor and private owner of property took the bull by the horns to do something really remarkable in our community, and our contribution's been very small compared to the value that we're getting back.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I was thinking the same thing. Return on investment for the city seems very, very high on this. So, other questions or comments for Mr. Taylor? Then this is a public hearing. We'll open it up to any comments that citizens may have with regard to this issue. Seeing none, we'll bring this item back to the council for discussion or for a motion. Actually, let me ask Mr. Jones to clarify one thing. Do we have an ordinance, or what options are on the table at this point?
The resolution as currently drafted in the preamble states that the city would use those funds to provide a grant and/or a loan in the amount of $50,000. And then part one of the resolution just says the mayor is authorized to reprogram the funds for the purposes described herein. So I think if it's the council's intent for it to be explicit, whether that's a grant or a loan, we would amend part one of the ordinance to specify whatever those details are.
Thank you. And can we get some clarity from, I guess, from Mr. Gonzalez as to what the intent was with the proposal? Was there an intent that it would be one or the other?
Yes, since we didn't know exactly what the different proposals would be, whether for it to be a complete grant or be partly a loan or any other way. That's why the resolution was left open that way, anticipating that through the discussion, that would be determined.
Okay. So it sounds like if we're ready to make a motion, there would need to be some specification, an amendment to the current draft to add some specificity to that.
And I guess the question for Mr. Taylor would be, is I really don't remember hearing any proposals other than the good things that you're doing. So your proposal would be that it would be a grant. Is that what I am saying? Or not hear any other specific proposal?
That would be ideal.
Of course it would be, but do you have any other proposals for us?
I think that the four options on the table are, do nothing, do a $50,000 loan, 25-25, or a $50,000 grant. I mean, those are kind of the logical positions. And I would advocate that the value for money and what we have done would, the grant, I think, would be in line. The amount of personal money we've put into this has been very high. We have been personally subsidizing this building and this effort for that entire time. My personal income has dropped dramatically since my engagement with this process. And so I anticipate that will turn around. I don't mean to make it sound like a sob story. It's going to work. It's going to be a good financial enterprise. But so far, it's been a real money loser.
And I guess at this point, I need to bring up one other comment. I know of a few other startups that are in our community, and I would hope that they would have opportunities to, how would they go about looking for opportunities? I guess this is something for Dan and for Dave to be aware of. How are other people, so that we're not showing favoritism to the Taylors, how are other people receiving opportunities to investigate some of these chances?
Thank you, Councilman. So, the city of Provo has a very active involvement in the startup community. It's not me personally per se, but I mean, Mr. Holmes, our Deputy Mayor for Economic Development, and his staff are very active in meeting with different representatives for this type of work. I think one of the things that appeals to me personally, and that this is, as Mr. Taylor mentioned, I too view it as a public-private partnership, and that we have Mr. Taylor's participating, we're participating, and for me, one of the benefits is the fact that we are not picking the winners and choosers out of this process, and that we're helping to provide the co-working space as well as the meeting space and the reception space that Mr. Taylor is doing. I know that Mr. Holmes has met with several other people that are interested in doing similar things. Recently, they met with I believe they met with the people that were involved with the Impact Hub up in Salt Lake City. They were looking at doing something similar down in either Provo or Ogden, but they were talking about a significantly more in terms of dollar value investment by the city in order to make that happen. So it's not that we are having those conversations with other people. We will continue to have those conversations with other people. It's just that so far it's been a little lopsided.
Please.
One of the things that I was trying to point out in the list of things we do is we have literally thousands of people every month come through the building who are not rent-paying tenants. We have workshops. We have the 1 Million Cups that C-SPAN will attend tomorrow. We host that free event. The number of people that we have coming through is really high at no cost to them. We put on a lot of community events as well as entrepreneurial events. So we're large enough physically that we can do a lot of that. And so I think there's a huge amount of community benefit. I think there are a lot of good startups in Provo. I don't know of any of them that have that type of outreach today.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez.
I just would like to emphasize that the particularity of the ask of the $50,000 to relocate the transformer, which is city property, which has been required by a city department. This is not something that it's on. The Taylor family did not create this. It's something that they encountered as they were looking to continue the rehabilitation of the building.
Thank you. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I just mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we did, as indicated in our staff memo, we did convene the remaining members of the Business Development Corporation boards. We had Ron Eliason and John Richards and some others who came together and evaluated this question of grant versus loan, how should we best use the CDBG dollars? And their recommendation to the mayor and council was that we approve a grant. So just so you know, we've had kind of the owners of this program from over the years who convened, reviewed all the financials, and came back with that recommendation to you. So there is a recommendation, may not be from staff, but from those remaining BDC board members, they have made that recommendation.
Great, thank you. Mr. Connect?
We're ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Whereas this is a city-owned transformer, I move that we reprogram $50,000 to relocate it out of CDBG funds.
As a grant?
As a grant.
Okay. Is there a second? Mr. Stewart? Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Harding?
I'd like to thank the Taylor family for this. We've commented on it being a public-private partnership, it seems like the private part is putting up a lot of the investment, and the public is getting a lot of the benefit from it. I do think this is a more efficient model than trying to create our own city space. And I wonder if there would, and it wouldn't be for tonight, but I wonder if there would be some benefit to creating a more formal pool of money that we're investing into these activities, and then opening it up for a competitive process for people to qualify for it. I imagine the startup building might qualify for some of that in the future, but I wonder if we're getting a wonderful return on investment now, but if we were willing to invest a little bit more, maybe we would be able to get even more return as far as job creation and economic development.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Interesting proposal. Are there is there any other discussion on this particular motion? Mr. Jones?
If I could ask one clarifying question while we're already in the process of amending the resolution. Mr. Strachan raised the question, which I thought was a good question, of do we know for sure that it's going to be $50,000, or is that an estimate?
That is the amount.
It's probably going to be a
More.
bit more.
Okay.
Our bids right now are coming in about 60, 65.
Okay. I just sent Bryce a draft that changes it to a grant, and we can look at what that language would look like. I actually inserted the words "up to," meaning that if it was less than that, they wouldn't get the rest of the funds. If it's going to be that, for sure, it won't make a difference. But if you can look at, so the changes that I proposed in line with Mr. Knecht's motion are those that you see in lines 35 to 37. Does that comply with your motion, Mr. Knecht?
Yes.
And was my second.
Okay, and your second, thank you.
Any further discussion on this motion to amend the ordinance draft before us? If not, I'll call for a vote, but I'd like to make a clarification. Mr. Jones, I think it may actually be a little more precise if we vote on the amendment first, and then, so what I'm going to propose is, because there may be somebody who's in favor of this particular amendment, but that wants to amend it in some other way in addition or something like that. So we're going to vote on the amendment first, and then if that passes, then we'll vote. If there are no further amendments, then we'll vote on passing the ordinance.
And that has been our recommended practice in the past.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we make the amendments to the existing draft as shown to us on the screen here. All in favor? That motion passes unanimously with Ms. Santiago being excused. So now, is there any discussion on any further amendments to this draft, or would someone like to make a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve the amended resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Is there a second? Mr. Knecht has seconded. Any further discussion on approving the ordinance? If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that passes unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. Thanks again, Mr. Taylor. Okay, we'll now move on to, and it looks like we have an item that is going to be handled by the redevelopment agency, so I'll be looking for a motion to recess as the municipal council and reconvene as the redevelopment agency of Provo.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Harding. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Knecht. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Mr. Stewart, the chair is yours.
A public hearing on a resolution adopting a budget for the redevelopment agency of Provo City Corporation in the amount of $4,292,168 for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2016, and ending June 30th, 2017. Dustin?
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. This tentative budget was included as an appendix to the tentative budget currently on the Provo City's website. I imagine that if council has additional questions about that, those would also be included in the budget retreat planned for next week. And if there's any other questions, I think myself or Mr. Walter, if he's here, would be happy to answer those at this time.
Any questions? Question? Thank you. We're open to the public. Is there public comment on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion or discussion. Yes, sir.
I move to, actually, I take that back. I think we should continue this for 2 weeks.
This particular item, when the tentative budget was adopted in our last meeting, it was scheduled for public hearing on both today and our next meeting, so no action's actually required today.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion then to recess as a redevelopment agency and reconvene as the Stormwater Special Service District.
So moved.
So moved. Councilman Sewell, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilman Winnington, all in favor? Turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. So we're convened as the Stormwater Special Service District, and we're holding a public hearing on a resolution adopting a budget for the Provo City Stormwater Special Service District in the amount of $4,196,915 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2016 and ending June 30th, 2017. And we welcome you back, Mr. Graybaugh.
Thank you. I think this is the last time you'll officially have to hear from me. Included in the tentative budget document is also an appendix for the Stormwater Special Service District. I believe that this falls under the purview of Public Works generally and is under the consideration for the rate increases that we'll be discussing over the next few weeks. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. If not, I'll defer to you.
When you say officially hear from you, you meant today and not tomorrow. Okay, okay. All right.
Are there any questions for Mr. Graybaugh? Mr. Harding?
Just in anticipation for our retreat, it'd be good just to make sure we're getting a report on is this budget and is the upcoming capital improvement projects, is all of that in line? Is this long-term sustainable budget? That's something that I will be curious to hear.
And I think during our work session actually today, the stormwater was also included in our analysis on the discussion of 5 years versus a 7-year schedule, and I think that that's absolutely part of the scope of our discussions next week.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Graybaugh. This is a public hearing, so we would invite any citizens who wish to comment on this item to approach the podium at this time. Seeing none, I'll turn it back to the Stormwater Special Service District for discussion. And if we have none, I believe no motion is required. Is that right? Then I'll look for a motion to adjourn the Stormwater Special Service District and reconvene as the Municipal Council of Provo meeting.
So made.
Mr. Van Buren has so moved. Is there a second? Mr. Harding, a second. All in favor? Thank you. And that motion passes unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. So we are now on to item number 10, a public hearing on a resolution approving the Provo City Moderate Income Housing Plan for 2014 to 2015. Is that correct? That is correct?
I'm going to ask Brian Maxfield because I raised the same question when I reviewed it and I don't know the answer.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Brian Maxfield. Thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping to clarify that anyway, just because it's been asked about 5 times, I think, in the last couple of weeks. The moderate income housing plan is actually a mandated biennial report from the state. And as part of that state statute, it requires a description of efforts made by the cities to reduce, mitigate, or eliminate local regulatory barriers, moderate income housing, actions taken by the city to encourage preservation of existing moderate income housing and development of new moderate income housing, progress made within the city to provide moderate income housing as measured by permits issued for new units of moderate income housing, and efforts made by the city to coordinate moderate income housing plans and actions with neighboring municipalities. As you can see, all those are in the past tense. It's really a report of what's been done in the last 2 years. It's not a plan as to what you're going to do in the next 2 years. And so it does cause a lot of confusion as we number that report for the preceding 2 years. So if that kind of clarifies that issue.
Yes.
Before you do have the report, and what it does is go over those items. It talks about the efforts that have been made. And as you can see from a lot of the data there, that we have met the requirements of the state. And really the only goal that's mentioned strongly in this is, as we prepared an update to our housing element of the general plan, that we look to really come up with good base data that's consistent, easily updated, and easily available to people, that we can use that as other organizations create their reports. This report borrowed somewhat from the consolidated plan that's required by HUD for CDBG monies you've been talking about, and for expenditure of federal money, as well as the study that looks at barriers to affordable housing. That's also done through the consortium of cities and the county for Utah County. So are there any questions on the report?
Mr. Connect.
So you and I visited, and I also visited with Dave Walters. Apparently he did communicate probably with the person that wrote the report, James Wood, trying to resolve some of the discrepancies in the figures, which I didn't hear that they've actually definitively been resolved. Have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I was mostly concerned about how HUD uses their 5 categories where they rate communities and then create an opportunity index. And the discrepancy there, where the main chart showed us at a 7.5 and then later as a 3.
Right.
I would love to have that one resolved. Do we have to approve this tonight? I mean, I hesitate to approve it when things are unresolved.
Yeah, in the sense that that statistic isn't actually part of this report. Again, this one's a report of what's been done within the city on the state basis, where the other one's a federal requirement. And it's definitely one that needs to be resolved as we get into our housing element update, and for the yearly updates that are done with the federal reports. And so that it doesn't dismiss the need to do that, but it's not really anything that ties in directly to the moderate income housing plan.
Okay. And the other thing is, you said it's basically a report.
Right.
And I found it of interest, maybe because I'm a geek, but I read it over the Memorial Day weekend at the request of Councilman Harding, and it was valuable. But when I think of a plan, I'd like to know more about what our plans are going forward. And
right, and that's part of our housing element of the general plan, and which needs to be updated. That'll specify the goals as to when and where moderate income housing or other types of housing need to be provided. This one gives the levels. Are we there right now? But I think it identifies areas as we go forward. Things can change. In moderate income housing is a ratio based on 80% of your median income for an area, so that can fluctuate over the years, as can the affordability of units. Apartment house that may be affordable now may not be next year. And so several things can change. We are becoming more expensive in Provo over some other areas. And so following these things is important. And I think identifying the means to do that in our housing element update would be very important. And that's why I think the base data, having that established so we have means to update that and really evaluate it as we go along and through the years is important to do.
One last question. I watched a video that was sent to us of a speech before Congress asking to defund the Furthering Fair Housing Act. And an example was given where citizens or residents from Chicago were forcibly relocated in order to meet the goals of that program. That hasn't happened in Utah that I'm aware of. And are we looking at this administration pushing for things that have never been done before? What's your take on the affirmative fair housing?
I have to go back to past experiences with block grant monies and federal programs. I know there's concern about, it being located in all neighborhoods, all areas of the city, rather than in just one location. And I think the council's expressed that concern or interest as we talked about the ITOD zone, where we've had some recent projects come in that use moderate income or use housing tax credits. And they seem to be congregating in one area. And I think there's interest to try and spread that out. But we haven't, as far as I know, anywhere in Utah, any federal money's been used to try and push that. Now, the one thing that with the moderate income housing plan that the state has, the major purpose is to make sure every city does their fair share in providing for a variety of housing types, and especially the moderate income and as it addresses. And so that's the emphasis of the state and why they look for the report to see that that's done. And certainly under state funding, there always has been a threat of, well, if you don't do it, what's the repercussion of whether or not you can be made to do it. And there was a court case from, I believe it's Bluffdale, where they did not have any affordable housing in their plan, and the state mandated court mandated that they needed to provide it. There wasn't really a penalty, but the state on their end, it could always threaten funding. For the other plans of affirmative housing, that ties to federal funding. And certainly if the federal government thought that somehow things weren't being distributed equally, and again, generally they look at a broader picture. If you look at Chicago, that's bigger than Utah. And, it's a different animal, New York and Chicago, really, for federal housing programs. But and that one, they are looking at particulars. For us, it's a much broader thing for cities and how it's spread. We've never seen it for an individual city or even been threatened in Utah that way.
So last thing is, what I remember is the way they actually kind of forced the issue is they said, well, we'll just take away your CDBG funding unless you take these people and have them relocated into your community. So that would seem to be the risk, rather than them coming in and rewriting our zoning, is they just say, if you don't do it our way, we take away your funding.
Right, they could, and there are a number of things. If you're not in compliance with your requirements of block grant, and you all sign, federal fair housing statements, I believe each year, and as a council, and do some other things that you'll work to do those things. If further fair housing, if HUD found that wasn't being done, it would be a process I'm sure they would go through and give a chance to rectify it, give a chance to do something. But that is always the threat, that they could reduce your funding or, decline to give money to you. And that has happened in the country in certain places. Not necessarily only for violating affirmation of fair housing, but also just for violations of the whole program, where they've allocated money wrongly or done things that aren't right, then they have findings of, and, can restrict your money. So that definitely has been done on federal money. It's not all over the place, but it's common enough that it happens, you're aware of it, kind of a thing.
Mr. Hard?
I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Connect for really diving into the report. I also found the report very interesting. I was not clear on what your answer earlier about those discrepancies. Are those discrepancies not in this plan/report, or they're just not a required portion of the?
Right, they're not in this one. They're discrepancies that were in the they're the two reports. I believe it's in the consolidated plan was one of them. They're both done by Mr. Woods, and those are the ones that are again approved for the block grant program and our housing programs. And then the other one was in the barriers to affordable housing report, which are two federal ones that are required. So it's not this one.
And so we're not considering that tonight. Is that your understanding as well? That the plan, which is a report that we're approving tonight, or we're considering approving tonight, does not have these discrepancies in it?
Okay, so the one I'm looking at because there's two in my booklet. The one says Utah Valley Home Consortium Housing Needs Assessment, and the other one is Analysis of Impediments of Fair Housing Choice, Provo City and Utah County. Is this the one that we're talking about tonight?
No, that's one that's, again, filed for federal purposes.
Okay.
Analysis of impediments, for the most part, always deals with zoning and different things of what's getting in the way of cities implementing tasks. But that's something that's referred to in this plan, but the basis of the report isn't dependent upon that report, if that makes sense. Okay. The discretions that we noted were just in our counts that did get used in those reports, which, let's see if I can explain this right. They take our housing reports from our community development department, from building inspection, and those come off of our computer system. We mentioned in the one meeting we found a very bad discrepancy in the sense that our computer program, for instance, on one apartment complex, it's 101 units. It only registers as 1 unit. And so the numbers were off, and it happened on a couple of cases. And so I would say that this report's more accurate in terms of our counts, but, in that case, we do need to amend these other plans, or at least as we update them, they need to. That's why I say that having that good base data, I think, is very important, because it can change your whole analysis by the time you're done. Your percentages, everything changes because you're off by 150 units or something. That's pretty significant.
Thank you for that clarification. I believe I understand now. And I agree that I think that the database would be very helpful for a number of reasons. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Maxwell? Thank you. This item does have a public hearing, so we'll invite any members of the public who may wish to comment on this item to approach the podium. Seeing none, we'll turn it back to the council for discussion or for a motion.
I move that we approve the moderate income housing plan for 2014-15.
Motion by Mr. Connect to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Harding. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote then. All in favor? And the motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. We'll move on to agenda item number 11, which is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Provo City Code sections 14.32.020 and 14.32.140 to allow for reuse of an existing commercial building in the residential conservation, or RC zone, specifically for the building generally located at 389 East, 200 North. And this will be presented by Robert Mills.
Thank you, and good evening, council members. So yes, this ordinance amendment is actually has been submitted by an applicant rather than the department. The applicant actually owns the property at the corner of 4th East and 2nd North in the Joaquin neighborhood. It consists of a residence and then also an existing commercial structure that's currently not in use. And the applicant would like to be able to put that into use to serve the community, but the RC zone does not allow for any of the uses that would be indicative of that type of structure. So they have submitted this application. Originally, the application was to amend the ordinance to allow a small grocery store, which is still in part of the amendment. But then as we went to the community and discussed with the neighborhood actually came back and suggested that maybe another use that would be ideal in that area would be the bicycle collective. And so we've revised their amendment to include bicycle and sales use as part of the amendment. So just to further explain a few things, this is a citywide ordinance. However, we've identified only 2 areas that would actually be specifically impacted by this ordinance amendment. The first is the structure at the corner of 4th East and 2nd North that we've already discussed. And then there's also an existing commercial structure similar to this one that's at the corner of 3rd South and 6th West in the Franklin neighborhood. Similar situation where there's an existing residential structure with an existing small commercial structure that would allow that. So these are the 2 uses that we have proposed to be added to the RC zone as conditional uses. First, groceries, small grocery store in a small space, and also the bicycle and parts only in existing commercial structures. In the last few days, I should note that Mr. Jones and I have been in contact and speaking about the language. This is the original language that was proposed. However, if you look under other requirements for 5 and 6, they're almost identical. And so as a matter of simplicity, we suggested that those just be combined into an item 5 for uses in existing commercial structures, because that's really the gist of the issue here. I also wanted to point out that this ordinance amendment does not allow for any new construction of commercial structures in the residential conservation zone. It only allows these 2 uses to be implemented in existing commercial structures in those zones. So this is just a map of the 2 areas that we're talking about. These are some photos this is the facility, the property at the corner of 4th East and 2nd North. As you can see, it's out there. And then this is the existing structure at the corner of 3rd South and 6th West. We took the staff's recommendation on this was to approve. We felt that this was a good use of these structures and a good way to facilitate their continued use, especially as it would kind of add a little bit of vibrancy to neighborhoods and allow some uses in those neighborhoods that would make them more walkable and just add amenities to those neighborhoods. The Joaquin neighborhood plan actually specifically calls for the reuse of the structure in the Joaquin neighborhood to be incorporated into some sort of use like this. And then the Franklin neighborhood plan actually calls for that area where the existing structure is to be a future land use as mixed use development. So that it definitely fits in both of those neighborhood plans. The Planning Commission, when we took it to them on April 13th, voted unanimously to recommend approval to the Municipal Council. And that's basically all the questions or all the presentation I have, but I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions? Mr. Knecht.
So I noticed in reading the text that one of the limitations on the grocery store is that they don't sell alcohol.
That's correct.
And I, being a neighborhood grocery store, where I think that's wise. Did you care to elaborate? Was there any particular discussion or reason why that was added to the text?
That was just the recommendation of the
Planning Commission, or?
Well, it was actually put into the original ordinance amendment suggested by the applicant, and we would definitely support that. Just to promote a more neighborly type of grocery store where people are walking to those to that type of facility. Alcohol sales are specifically limited to other locations, and so we would want to upheld that.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Jones, did you have the actual?
I do. So, Mr. Chair, if I could just take a minute to walk through the changes. You have paper copies of this in front of you. Bryce, can you go back in the slides to where it shows the original version? Oh, yeah, right there. So as we reviewed this, it was a little bit confusing because in the amendments to 14.32.020, the conditional uses, the added grocery use says that it has to comply with the provisions of 140 sub 5, and the bicycles has to comply with the provisions of 140 sub 6. But if you look at this version, the only differences between those two are in subparagraph A, and a brief phrase in subparagraph E that talks about the discretion of the community development director, which in sub 6 sub E. And I raised this question before, and then Robert emailed me yesterday and said, that discretionary language in E, I want to add it to 5 as well. And I said, okay, well, if we do that, then absolutely the only difference is subparagraph A. So the proposal that you have in front of you now, at line 12 and line 17, both of those cross-references now refer to sub 5. There's no reference to a sub 6. And then in the amendment to 14.32.140, there is everything that you see in front of you as sub 5, the grocery standards, has been deleted. And what's in the old version, sub 6, uses in existing commercial structures, has been renumbered to be 5. And then the sentence from A about the maximum size of a grocery being 2,900 feet and residential structures not counting towards that footage has been added to the new sub A. So having walked through all that, Bryce, do you have a copy of, can you display the new one? Oh, you don't have an electronic copy. Okay, so I can get in an electronic copy if we want to show it, or if that walkthrough explains it enough, then we can leave it at that and answer any questions. I'll send it over to him just in case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions for Mr. Mouse?
Yes.
Mr. Connect.
So both structures in question are not bigger than 2,900 square feet?
The Franklin structure may be bigger than 2,900 square feet. I'm not entirely sure on that one.
Do we want to limit, or if it's bigger, then do we have a problem? Do we want to make the numbers a little bit bigger to include both buildings?
I think that would be an appropriate change. I wouldn't have any problems with that.
Are there any plans at this point for the Franklin?
There are not. I've been in contact with the owners of that specific location. They're looking to see what happens with this ordinance amendment. They're supportive of the ordinance amendment, but they don't have any specific plans of what they would like to do with that.
So as that change, as the plan comes forward, is it difficult if we just leave it at 29? I know it might be appropriate. There's only 2 of them, I guess. It really doesn't matter that much, except that the fact that we don't know what it is. Let's leave it at 29, and when they come with a proposal, we can adjust this ordinance, or would it be better to make
We
that
would just go
adjustment?
through this process again. So maybe we could suggest language that would say just the existing square footage, rather than dictating a number, to say just the existing square footage of the existing building.
I believe that would be my preference as well. As much fun as it is to go through the full process and if the owner did decide they wanted to pursue something and came up with a plan, it might be nice. Since we're considering it now, we've looked through all of it. I think it makes sense to put something in that would facilitate their use as well.
I agree.
Any other questions for Mr. Mills?
Thank you for those.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. So is the applicant here and desiring to speak? Susan Christensen. Thank you.
My name is Susan Christensen, and this building has been in the Hanson's Market in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s when we lived in the house next door while we were students at BYU for 3 years. And so when it came up for sale in 2014, we were kind of sentimental about it and attracted to it, even though it had this big white elephant next to it. And we've been working since 2014 December with the city to get it rezoned. And in the past 2 months, we've totally renovated the inside, exposed the wooden beams that were covered with the ugly ceiling, and the brick has now been exposed. It's become a beautiful building inside. And we're self-funding, and so we're moving slow, but now we're going to work on the outside. And we plan to paint it. We have a wonderful mural that we've worked with the neighborhood and with the tenant. And it's been the side of the building, the east side of the building has been a graffiti magnet and been very undesirable. So we've been working with the Joaquin Neighborhood Organization and the chair there, and they've been very supportive. And we initially did want a grocery store, and the neighborhood came back and said, well, we found this other amazing tenant that could increase bicycle riding in our neighborhood. It's a wonderful program. It's where they're building bicycles and teaching people how to build their own bicycles. It's a nonprofit. And so we're really excited about it. We think it's going to have a big impact on the neighborhood and also on Provo City. So.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Mrs. Christensen? Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have a neighborhood chair here to speak to this item?
Greetings, I'm Bill Graff, neighborhood chair from Joaquin, and I like to call this the perfect dawn. You've heard of perfect storms. Well, this is a perfect dawn in that the neighborhood, the city, the owners, and the tenants have all come together in a unified way with very strong support. We've discussed it at 3 neighborhood meetings, and I highly recommend to do is this. It's been a long-range goal of the community to solve this problem. The problem is now being solved, and we ask for your full support. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Graft. Are there any other neighborhood chairs that wish to speak before we turn it over to the public?
I just want to say this is amazing. We really, really want it. Everybody does. Even people concerned mostly want it, which is only like one person. And one person wanted to tear it down, but that was one person. And it's just like, it's so important to us. I have lots of points, but I have a good feeling about this. We're hoping Leuven lets us use the mural. We're hoping we can make amazing crosswalks. We are just excited. We've spent a lot of time with it. Thanks.
Thank you, and could you state your name?
Oh, Susan Kruger-Barber, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Susan. All right, let's turn it over to the public. Anyone who would like to comment on this issue, please come to the podium. And please remember to state your name also.
Okay. Austin Taylor, resident of the Joaquin neighborhood, as well as director of Provo Bicycle Collective. I wanted to give a brief kind of background info on what the organization is. The Bicycle Collective has been around in Utah since 2002, and our main focus is to promote cycling as a form of transportation. So we do this through refurbishing bicycles. We currently have a partnership with both the Provo Police and the BYU Police. We receive all the bicycles that get left on the side of the road, bikes that get stolen and never given back to their owner. So we'll refurbish these, and then we'll sell them at low cost or give them to people in the community who need transportation. As well as refurbishing bikes, we educate people on how to ride safely and how to tune up their bicycles. The reason for this move is because the demand for our services has been skyrocketing. And if you come by any Saturday for open shop, you'll see people out in the parking lot working on their bicycles. There's just not enough room. So with the neighborhood of Joaquin, we formed this great partnership with the Christensens. We've already signed the lease agreement. It's all in place. We're ready to move in. And we think it'll benefit the Joaquin neighborhood especially because it's such a densely populated area with very limited parking. So we think in the future months and in future years, as our services grow, it'll actually reduce the need for parking in the neighborhood. Fewer people will drive, more people will rely on bicycles as transportation. So I voice my support in this movement.
Thank you very much.
It's a privilege to stand before you gentlemen. My name is Adam Kay. I'm a student at BYU. And I just want to start my point off by restating, quoting Mr. Winterton here earlier, saying that we as a city have the moral value of providing the service that our community needs and wants. And bicycles are definitely something we need and want. The Provo area has 4 bicycle shops that I'm aware of. We have Canyon Bicycles, Racer Cycles Service, and Mad Dogs, and Taylor's Bike Shop. And so already we know everyone here loves bikes. But we as the Provo Bicycle Collective, we create a symbiotic relationship with these folks. Whenever someone with an expensive bike is looking for pricey parts or an expensive fix, we send them to the shops. And it works the other way around, where if someone who has, kind of a beater bike or who's looking for cheap parts or a simple fix or even wants to learn how to fix it themselves, those shops will send those people to us. So our special place in the neighborhood and the community is that we fit that specific niche of the spectrum of bicycles, of bicycle culture. We have students at BYU who come from far away, like myself, who don't want to bring a car halfway across the country, so we just rely on bicycles. And you have people you have families and people of low income who need, who can't afford a car or want a bicycle to get around. And more importantly, we have children. The Bicycle Collective hosts a weekly class for kids where they learn bike mechanic skills. And it's a great way for them to learn problem-solving skills and, mechanics at an early age. And most importantly, I think, is the volunteership that it brings in. I read some statistics that Provo is, on the up and coming to be one of the top volunteer cities in America. And I think having the Provo Bicycle Collective in this specific location will just enhance that whole project. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And before our next citizen speaks, I just have a quick comment from Mr. Johns. You had asked about getting this second written version in electronic form for us. I think that might be a good idea if we can, in case there's an amendment that we need to change the text, so we can have that up on the screen. Great. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brian Gordon. I'm a 31-year resident of Provo, 32 if you count the womb. If you'll forgive me, I'm actually going to read this. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, so I wrote this one out to clear mind, and it'd be better than me just trying to spitball right now. So I'm sure there will be no shortage of people who will be saying how amazing the Bike Coalition is. Heck, I'm one of them. They are amazing. Everything they do is incredible. However, that's not what we're going to be discussing tonight. The issue presented here tonight is rather whether commercial structure should be allowed to be used again in a residential zone. As far as I can observe, the answer is it depends. I think the key point that I am concerned with is, does the location have sufficient parking to support its own business? In this case, parking is a serious problem. I own a house across the street from this the Joaquin Park property that is in question, and there's already considerable parking problems in that area. When I purchased my house several years ago, I tore down an existing two-car garage that was in my backyard that was an eyesore to the community. And I paved it so that I could have sufficient parking off-street for any of my tenants in the future. It's a duplex. Yet, in spite of my efforts that I've made to improve my neighborhood, alleviating some of the parking problems, I have come out to drive to work many times only to find that someone is parked directly in front of my driveway, so I can't leave my own house. Or when I get off work, I get back, and same deal, someone parked in front of my house because they felt that my driveway was more suitable. Go figure. The property that is in question has been used as a triplex for many of the last years. I called Provo City Zoning right before this meeting, and they told me that in order to rent out any space, you're required to have 2 off-street parking spaces per unit. So they would have been required to have 6 off-street parking spaces. They have 0 parking spaces on the property, and that's just for the residential zone. Yet onto that they're now trying to do a commercial building, and you have all their residential plus commercial that they have no off-street parking for, thus exacerbating the problem that I already have, that people park in front of my house, in front of my driveway all the time. That is the issue that I have. I have no problem with a coalition. They're amazing. And honestly, I believe that no matter where they go, they will be a benefit to the society, to our community. However, there are many locations, even pardon the pun, but Franklin, frankly, could be an excellent location for them. They have a parking lot, and they have a lot of space that people could take care of their bikes. Now, the Biking Coalition has outgrown its current location, where I might add, it has some off-street parking, to a location with 0, once again. So where are their clients going to park? In front of the houses and sometimes in our driveways. So please don't approve this citywide amendments. There are plenty of other places that the coalition can go where they will be able to serve their clients while not placing an unfair burden on their neighbors. If there is to be an amendment written, let it be approved only if the fronts of my neighbors' houses don't become their parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk again because I'm a super parking nerd, and I have considered that problem, and I want to address it. The area, I walk the area and observe it, and I've taken pictures and have documented our neighborhood did a 2-week walk of the neighborhood documenting all of the parking violations, which we'll come and talk to you about. Above 500 North, it is in crisis mode. Joaquin has problems, and we need to solve it through policy. We need a parking permit program. I suggest if you have a duplex and people are parking in front of your driveway, putting up no parking signs in front of your driveway. I think people would probably listen. As I was doing my study, only 1 spot in our neighborhood violated the signs that had no parking signs, and that was on 800 North, the heaviest, closest place on BYU. And it was mostly followed, it was broken twice in those 2 weeks by a car. For me, I think we need to also realize this is a bike collective. This is something that's going to take cars off the street and bring bikes to my community. It's not a car collective, it's a bike collective. I really believe this is going to make Joaquin a better place, help the air pollution of our city. It will poke the air pollution sublime of our city gently, just through our neighborhood. And it's also doing this thing where we're teaching, they're going to work with our local schools, 5th and 6th graders, and give each one of them the opportunity to buy a very affordable bike. They're going to teach them all the bike safety rules, how to repair bikes, and this is going to teach the younger generations to use bikes. This is a small way of fixing the problem, and I want to say that stopping the bicycle collective would have such a minuscule effect on our parking problem, nay, crisis in our neighborhood, that we need to solve it with the city. We need to start planning, and we need to start putting up signs and eventually even meters in some place. It's a very complicated area, and this is such a small thing that will affect it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Oliver Callis. This is my son Ezra. We live 2.5 blocks from the Bicycle Collective site. I've owned the house there for 11 years. I'm a resident of Joaquin neighborhood for going on just about 20 years now. And I wanted to respond to my neighbor who is urging you to vote against. We lived for a variety of reasons without a car in that neighborhood for 8 years, relying solely on bikes and public transit. That included while I was going to grad school at the University of Utah. And one of the last things I think we need to worry about with the Bicycle Collective is parking. The only reason my family was able to do without a car for 8 years was because A, Provo's bikeable, it's getting more and more bike friendly, but the Bicycle Collective made it possible for us to keep our bikes in good working order. When I built a cargo bike so that I could have a truck, not having a car, they were the ones who helped me get it running. And I'd add that if this passes tonight, we have plans to move the Bicycle Collective by bike. We've got bike trailers, my cargo bike outside. I really don't think parking is going to be an issue with the collective. I've never taken a car over there. I do have a car now, but I've never taken it to the current location. So this is a place that has been crying out for love on the corner there of 4th East and 2nd North for 20 years, as long as I've lived here. And this is, I think, one of the best possible uses for it. I think my son's going to be learning to fix his bike there, as will a lot of people in the neighborhood. So I urge you to vote to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Jeff Rose. Along those same lines, I would say that all of the people that are going to be patronizing the Bicycle Collective, as well as the individuals who are going to be working there or volunteering there, they're doing that because they have a commitment to transportation by bicycle rather than transportation by car. When people are bringing their bikes there, only in the most severe scenarios where the bike is unrideable will they be looking for other sorts of transportation. And most of the time, the individuals that are patronizing the collective don't have vehicles because they use their bicycles for transportation. In those rare cases, yes, there will be cars parked on the street. Hopefully, everybody that will be patronizing the collective has an understanding of what a driveway is and not to park in front of it. So I would say that generally the people that ride bikes tend to be more of a courteous crowd. So hopefully we will not violate any of those laws or park in other people's driveways. I would be extremely supportive of the collective moving to the new location. One, because it's likely to receive more business. It's going to be in a place where more people will take advantage of it because it is closer to a center where people are riding their bikes rather than relegated to, a development on the outskirts of town by the highway that is somewhat difficult to get to. So I would voice my support in you adopting this amendment and allowing the collective to move into the spot that's in question.
Thank you. Can I ask by a show of hands how many more people are intending to comment on this issue? Okay, so we got, all right, that's great. I'd like to ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes. And do we have a timer that we can put up? Well, I think we usually have one that's available. So we appreciate your input, we really do, but we do want to try to get out before 10 o'clock or if possible. Mr. Pepperoni.
You do still have a neighbor chair.
We what?
You do have a neighbor chair.
He spoke.
He's already. Okay, let's save you to the end then. Okay, for wrap up. Are we set with the timer? Okay, let's proceed. Well, wait. We need to give the other people a chance to speak. Go ahead. Who's next?
My name is John Pepperoni. I live at 1 Provo City Corporation. I live 2.5 blocks from the Municipal.
Tabitha Newbreast. My kids, the longer we sat here, the more they wanted their 10 seconds of fame. So,
There's no age limit, so they're welcome to comment.
I'm Trinity.
Do you want the bike collective to move?
Yes. My name is Taryn, and do you want the bike collective to move? My name is Tash, and I want the bike collective to move.
I am Taya Newbreast, and I think they should move because they have so many bikes that it's like 3 piles up on the wall, and they have to use the attic kind of to just do kid bikes, and it's pretty much filled. So if they move, they have more room to spread out the bikes, and more people can work on them, so they will have less to work on and pay for.
We currently live in Orem, and we heard of the Bike Collective, and we've been going for the past several months. My children have learned many great things about working on their bikes. I have over 8 kids at my house usually with bikes, and so it's been nice for them to work on them. Like you said, I will not be riding bikes with all my children that far, so we would drive, but I, for one, am one that really loves this program, and we'd be willing to park farther down and walk there if we need to. We wouldn't be parking in people's driveways or anything like that. The whole point of this program is to get people on bikes, and that's what we're trying to do. My kids have learned a lot of service through this by helping to build other people's bikes, not our own. So we're in great support of moving this to a bigger facility because we are one of those people that have been out in the parking lot working on the bikes. So there's my 2 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And did we get your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, Tabitha Newbreast.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, I'm Wayne Levitt. I'm also Vice Chair for the Walking Neighborhood. And I'd like to mention something about parking. We do have a really bad problem with parking in our neighborhood. And I believe most of the parking that's affecting our neighbor is coming from students who are trying to park near a ride station, a BYU bus service. And so many of these students will come, they'll park, they're in a hurry, they park in front of houses, they park in driveways, or blocking driveways, and I think that's what most of that problem is. I also want to point out that that the location is something that we think is fantastic as far as helping the university community, but also helping the elementary school community. We have Provo Peaks just 3 blocks away, and the collective has already forged a working agreement with that school to implement a program on bike safety and bike use, and we feel that that will encourage bike use in the neighborhood in the future. And so want to just emphasize once again that we have parking issues, and I think it's important that we identify what those issues are and where they're coming from. And it's my personal opinion that the bike collective will be a very small part of any kind of issue like that. So.
Thank you.
My name is Elias Flores from Provo resident, Joaquin neighborhood as well. Do I only get 10 seconds?
Hurry.
So the Provo City came out with their transportation master plan, bicycle master plan, and they designated 200 East as a way to connect BYU to downtown and the Provo Frontrunner Station. The location is ideal. It will implement and allow people to become part of this transportation master plan, as it's designated this 200 East as a bicycle pathway to connect these different destinations. I do know that there's a situation with parking. I ride my bike as much as possible to places, and I do occasionally go to the collective to work on my bike and buy certain parts. And when I need that, I'll bike. I only live 4 blocks away from the suggested location, but even to the current location where the bike collective is located, I'll still bike there. But I would recommend that you approve the amendment because it would bring this this use into a neighborhood that would greatly benefit from it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katrina Skidmore. I am a current resident of Mazer neighborhood. I have volunteered at the collective and I actually bought a bike that I refurbished at the collective and recently had my bike seat stolen and I haven't been able to go to the collective because of the distance that it is away from where I live. And so I have had to drive. And so the distance that the bicycle collective is now is almost causing worse parking issues. I always park on campus, but because the collective is not closer, I have not been able to go to the collective and buy the parts I need to have my bicycle to ride to the university. That is my statement.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trevor Christensen. I've lived here for 27 years, which is how old I am. I just wanted to point out that on the Daily Herald's podcast called What Say Ye, the mayor actually said that the Bike Collective is one of the best run advocacy groups in Provo. I just wanted to point out that I think it's a really good group. I think they serve to empower people. I think they have a strong message, which is that bikes are great and that cities need more of them. So I would like to urge you to vote for this measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brendan Elton. I'm a Provo resident, current student at BYU. Not for the summer, for obvious reasons, but I will be back in the fall. And I would also like to encourage you to vote in supporting of the new zoning measure. One thing that I would like to call attention to is something that was just recently mentioned is how well run the bike collective is. Austin was made the manager about a year ago, and about 4 months ago he was, his position changed to director. And I wish that I had had some pictures from when he took over the storage unit that we work at and what it looks like today. He has done such a fantastic job. It is so cleanly well kept, even for a bike mechanic shop. It's very well kept, it's very clean. I know that he has been very responsible, and the ways in which he's been able to interact with the people who come to volunteer, with the community members, with the children who are a part of these programs that they've set up, they just love him. He is just the perfect person for this position. And I know that parking has been something that has been brought up repeatedly as a major concern. And I know that the kind of person that Austin is and the way that he runs his organization, we would love to use this as an opportunity to show how much we can work with the community, that the people who do utilize our services, that we can encourage them not to perform those things that would be detrimental to the community, because we know that we are here by your good graces, that we would like to be a benefit and not a detriment to the community. Just the work that he's been able to do over the past year to transform this. It's been around since 2002. I hadn't even heard of it until 2014, and since then it has absolutely taken off. I think if there's any person who can get this off the ground and can get this to start working in a way that does benefit the community, Austin is the perfect person for this position. He has done such a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Heather Scablin, Franklin neighborhood. I just want to say, I echo everything he just said about Austin. I would also say I bike with my 3- and 5-year-old a lot. We have a big bike. And we probably live equal distance between where the collective is now and where it would be. But I rarely go to the collective. And I know that I would go a lot if it were in Joaquin, because we primarily go to the rec center, different parks, and the library. So it's just so much more central for us in that location. And I think that's probably true for a lot of people. So I hope that you vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other citizen comments? I feel like, go ahead. I'm going to save one more minute for the gentleman across the street, and then the final comment for the neighborhood chair. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Hugh Van Wagen, and I live at 340 East 100 North, there in the Joaquin neighborhood, just around the corner from where this is being proposed. I'm very excited about it, not only to see the building be put to good use, but also to promote and advocate for bicycle use within the city, and specifically the Joaquin neighborhood. Some of my colleagues were pointing out over here, my neighbors, I should say, that as the collective takes shape in that building, there'll be plenty of opportunity for people driving by to realize that, hey, bicycles can work here, and maybe I should be riding my bike to school or anywhere else. Be a great promotion in that regard. And also, I have several small children who ride around the neighborhood, and anything to promote bicycle awareness and culture, and as an alternative mode of transportation, not only for our air quality, but for our health, is a fantastic thing. And so I'm very much in favor of the proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens that wish to comment besides the two that I've just mentioned? All right, the gentleman across the street, I'm sorry, I don't remember your last name.
I won't need a minute. That'll be fast.
Okay.
No, I really appreciate the Biking Coalition. They really do stand for great principles and a great thing to do. But even they, by their own admission, have said that they're going to try to avoid adding more parking problems, but with all the other parking problems that are already in the area, it's just going to compound it. Ultimately, that's all you can do is try. So I appreciate what they're doing, but being how organized that they are, honestly, they will succeed no matter where they go. So whether they end up in this neighborhood or another neighborhood, they will have a following. They've done great. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Graff, you can wrap it up here.
Thanks for the second opportunity. I said this was a perfect dawn for Joaquin. I want to repeat that. It is a perfect dawn, but the landscape is imperfect. We do have a major parking problem. The neighbors have been working on it. We've done our own parking study. We're having great difficulty working with the city. Mr. Parker, we would challenge you to work with us in this neighborhood. We have 90% of the neighborhood in favor of this, but I empathize with the person who's suffering. I have people parking in my driveway. It is a major problem. We do need to work on it. The neighborhood is ready, willing, and able to work on it, and we have possible solutions that ready to work on, but we need someone to work with. Excuse me. That's one. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have had other neighborhoods in the past approach us with ideas and parking permit programs and things like that. So we're definitely encourage you to bring us something to consider. Who?
Community development.
Is that the best place to start? Sure. Community development. Okay, Bill says sure. So, okay, good. So let's get to work on that. Thank you. We would now like to bring this back to the council for discussion. Mr. Connect.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we have an ongoing parking problem. No surprise. We've known about this for years. Sounds like it's changed a little bit with the ride and other things happening. And Wayne has expressed an interest to work with the neighborhood. I think it's probably come high time that we come up with some workable parking permit plan. And when I hear that people are parking and blocking driveways, you shouldn't even need a plan. Hopefully somebody would drive through on a regular basis if that's a known problem and just ticket these people or tow them or something. That's really not acceptable behavior. What I would recommend for this business, since it doesn't have any off-street parking, is it the parking committee? There's a parking committee bill, and if you would make a recommendation, this is just my suggestion, but a couple of the parking spaces that are right on the corner for the business put up a sign. The city will put up a sign saying it's like 1 hour only during working hours when the business is open, so that you won't have somebody that shouldn't be parking there and going to school or whatever, and it would just be for the business, and then at night it'd be for everybody.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Harding?
I love the term "perfect dawn." It's a great term. I've been interested in this general idea for quite a while. I spoke with Mrs. Christensen, who I don't even see anymore. Okay, yeah, not a problem. Early on, when it was still a grocery store concept, and at least for my district, parts of my district, but I'd almost say all of my district, I think that neighborhood grocery stores, I think, would add a lot to our neighborhoods, and I think, so I was excited to explore this idea with her. I remember reaching out to residents at this specific property and just kind of saying, what are you going to think? And I think at the beginning, I think I threw out, what about parking? And I expected to kind of get, a mix of some of them saying, oh, no, we don't want any commercial in our neighborhood, and others saying, oh, yeah, this would be great. I was surprised. I can't think of a negative response. It was uniformly positive. For a grocery store, and if anything, it was just, well, what else could it be? And so now we're contemplating, the bicycle collective coming there. I do appreciate Brian, if I got that name right, his concerns, and he stated early on, that we would be hearing a lot about the bicycle collective and how he thinks it's great. But the question isn't, is the bicycle collective a good organization, or does the bicycle collective need to move? The question is commercial use an appropriate use for this and the other locations, since it really is just restricted to these two structures. And that really is the question. We can't make this decision saying, well, we're making this decision because the bicycle collective is so great. Because once it's zoned, that use could change over. It may be a different bicycle shop in the future, or it may be a grocery store in the future. We really need to look and make sure that the ordinance in its entirety would make sense in these two locations. There's been some people have minimized, the impact of parking. I do think that it is something that we need to consider. I don't think that, I think there will be an impact. Parking, it will impact parking in this immediate vicinity. The argument's been made that, well, by moving people onto using bicycles as a mode of transportation, that it will reduce the parking problem citywide. And I think that is true generally, but I think specifically it will compound the parking problem in this location. I have frequented the bicycle collective, a dozen times. And many times, I'll even throw my broken down bike on a bike trailer and we'll bike it over there so I can fix it. So, I do what I can, but there's times where we've purchased a couple bicycles from the collective and, we drive over there so we can purchase the bicycle and then my children bike it, right at home. But the parking lot there is used, and we talk about, the collective is heavily used, and despite it being a bicycle-focused commercial enterprise, people will still drive there, particularly because they're fixing bikes or they're buying bikes. And so I think there will be people that will drive there. So I don't think it serves us to minimize and say that there won't be an impact. I think we do need to be real about the impact that it will be and look for solutions, or at least take that into account when we're weighing this out. We talked about possibly signing it for 1 hour parking. I think that's a good idea. At least at one point we talked about, the idea was floated about diagonal parking. Again, those are wide streets. So maybe something like diagonal parking could help on that immediate vicinity. Park and ride, that's just something that's come up. I think that's something we need to pay attention to when we're approving things like the BRT route, and we need to pay attention to how that's going to affect parking. I've gone on too long, but I have to say I live in Dixon neighborhood, which is where the collective now is, and we will be sad to see it go because it is very convenient to have it where we're at. I don't know if I've ever heard Dixon neighborhood described as the outskirts of the city before. That's interesting. But so, what's that? Only if you live in Joaquin. There you go. So with all of that said, I do support the appropriate neighborhood commercial use coming into the central district. I do think this is something that will improve the quality of life of the people there. I think it is compatible with the neighborhoods now, and will and is in the direction that we want to go as well. And because of the overwhelming support that I've heard, and I hope the neighbors, not just the ones that showed up, but I hope all the neighbors that I've heard from that were positive towards it, I hope they understand that there will be an impact on parking, and hopefully we can work together on mitigating that, and hopefully everyone can be more considerate neighbors. But there will be an impact there, so we shouldn't go into this with our eyes closed thinking there won't be an impact. I hope everyone understands that there will be an impact. But I still support this ordinance. I believe that overall it will be a good thing, and I hope that that we can work together to mitigate parking here and then throughout Joaquin. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
I hope I've made this simpler, but we'll see. So let me tell you what I've done so far. I'm going to label these explicitly. There are 3 potential versions of the ordinance right now that you have access to, and what I would say, if further amendments were needed, then I would expect that a motion to amend would be based on which version you want to change. So version A, what I will call version A, is the version that's in your materials that was submitted and reviewed by the Planning Commission. Personally, I would not recommend that version because I think the language in subparagraphs 5 and 6 is unnecessarily duplicative and just makes the code longer. Version B is the one that you have in hard copy, where no substantive changes were made, but it was just simplified to put all the duplicative language in one section. Version C is what's on the screen, and this was done just as a guess in anticipation of some of the comments that said, let's take out the square footage limitation. And so what I've done is, in this version, is deleted that sentence about the square footage, but moved some of the language up above that talks about the residential part of the building not counting towards what you can use. Bryce, if you scroll up real quickly the other way, we did also take the square footage out up there at line 62. So I just throw that out there. I know there may be further discussion, but those 3 versions, if one of those satisfies what you want, all we would need is a motion to approve one of those 3 versions. Otherwise, a motion to amend one of those versions.
Thank you. Mr. Connect.
I'd like to make a motion to approve version C.
Can you specify which one that is?
It's the last one with the corrections that takes out the square footage.
Okay.
It's on the screen right now.
Okay. Is everyone clear on which version of the draft the motion refers to? Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren is second. And is there any discussion on the motion?
During that discussion, there was a suggestion that limit to existing, which is what I thought we were going to do.
And that's what this is intended to do. So if you look at paragraph A, it says, uses in existing commercial structures shall be confined to the current floor area. So they can't exceed the current floor area, and they don't get to count the residential part of the building when they're calculating the current floor area.
Mr. Harding.
Help me understand that second portion. The attached residential structure shall not count toward the current floor area used in determining this limit. What limit are we talking about there?
The limit right above that in the sentence that says you are confined to the current floor area. So now Robert will have to, it's possible I misunderstood this, so we may have to turn to Robert if I did this wrong, but I understood the sentence that's crossed out at the bottom of A to say you can't be more than 2,900 feet, and the residential part of the building doesn't count towards the 2,900 square feet. So what I'm trying to say here, which Robert will have to correct me if I'm wrong, is you can't be any bigger than the current floor area, but when we calculate what the current floor area is, we're not going to look at the residential portion of the building.
And would that language mean that the commercial area could not expand into the residential area? Okay.
That's how we would interpret it, yes. We would just be specifically looking at the existing commercial structure, not the residential component of the structure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there further discussion or questions, comments on the motion? Mr. Connect.
So, Dave, in regards to your question there, just the words, determine this limit. What is the limit? Well, the limit is it's confined to the current floor area of the existing structure, but that's defined as not including the residential.
So I guess my question is, if we scratched everything after attached, that second half of that underlined sentence, what is that limiting? I mean, what could happen if that was not in there?
In my mind, so let's assume that you have a building, and I don't know the details, so I don't know if Robert needs to speak this, but let's assume, just for the sake of argument, there's a 3,000 square foot commercial building with a 1,000 square foot residence attached to it. If you deleted the language you're talking about, you could have a 4,000 square foot commercial use in that building.
But then they would have to have torn down
They could expand the commercial use into the residential part. They could gut the residential part of the building and convert it to commercial use.
So uses in existing commercial structures shall be confined. So I guess I don't see how that would be allowed to expand into the residence.
I think what we're trying to prevent is an argument that for somebody coming in and saying that an existing commercial structure is the entire building, regardless of the fact that some of it was used as a residence.
So this made sense when it said it couldn't be more than 2,900 square feet because, well, you don't want to include the residence there. But if we're taking that out, and all we're saying is it needs to be confined to the current floor area.
Well, see, it says current floor area of the existing structure. If you want to change it and say, so it says, shall be confined to the current floor area of the existing commercial part of the structure, that's probably okay. That probably means the same thing. I think that means the same thing as what I've got up there.
Brian,
go ahead, Robert.
Just as a point of clarification as well, would it be better actually to eliminate the grocery store part of that, grocery uses, so we can I mean, because we're talking about two different uses
Right.
as well.
Well, and so here's the question that I guess I have for you based on the way this went to the Planning Commission. I was a little bit confused when I first thought about why the two paragraph A's were different. So the original version said that if it was an existing commercial structure other than a grocery use, then it had to be limited to the current floor area. If it was a commercial use, if it was a grocery use, then it was limited to 2,900 square feet, which didn't include the residential portion. I assumed that there was some reason for having that distinction for the grocery use and not for the bicycle use. If there's not, then I think we could delete everything after the word structure, but I would insert the words commercial portion of the between existing and structure. So it says.
I would agree with that language.
Okay, so Bryce, why don't you go ahead and type this in just so we've got it. So right there where it says existing, type in commercial portion of the. Yeah, and then the words of the, right there. And then end the sentence after the word structure and delete everything else. Well, let's see. No, not the part about the non-compliant structure thing. Yeah, right to there.
It might depend on, I guess,
Okay. I think that does the same thing as what we were just trying to do.
I feel more comfortable with that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and on the unamended version C, and there's some discussion about potentially amending version C. Does someone want to make a motion to that effect?
I move that we amend version C.
Substitute motion.
I make a substitute motion to amend version C as just discussed.
And as currently shown
on the screen.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Harding and seconded by Mr. Connect. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend version C?
One little question.
Yes.
Do we assume that the square footage of the commercial structure is the footage that exists at the date of the passing of this ordinance? Like, has there been a history where the commercial space has changed? So when we're saying as the commercial space right now, today?
Yes.
I mean, is that just?
Yeah, because the law goes into effect upon passage, then it's going to apply to what the existing commercial structure is today.
Yeah, I would say as of the date of adoption, right?
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the motion to amend? All right, I'll call for a vote, and I just want to make it clear that we are just amending this draft at this point, and we'll have another vote to approve it if the amendment is approved. So all in favor of approving that amendment just described on the screen? And that motion is unanimous with Ms. Santiago excused. So looking for a motion or any further discussion at this point? So we have an amended draft before us.
Move to approve the amended draft C, version C, that's before us.
Thank you. Mr. Connect has moved to approve the version C with the amendment that we just passed.
I'll second that.
And Mr. Harding has seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, and that motion passes unanimously. With Ms. Santiago
Should I jump all over?
excused.
Well, I think
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. And thank you all for coming, by the way. A public hearing on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.34 acres of real property generally located at 177 South, 1000 West, from residential conservation, or RC, zone to Del Coronado Pro 20 zone, This will be presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can we have a 5-minute recess?
Yes, is there any objection to having a 5-minute recess? Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess.
We'd be happy to. I just didn't even know you needed it. So.
Alexander Bright has a meeting with Gary this month, but I don't know when about it. So he just wrote that on the Facebook page.
Again. Yeah, I'll follow you, Gary, and make sure we have all the right people there.
Okay, because we're really excited about this. And we have about the parking.
We're a resource that the city can use. We also have an access.
And there are people who
We're
aren't.
also a resource.
There are people who aren't on our committee or chairs, just student kind of people who are really interested in it, like, and ask about constantly. It's very important.
Good. Well, I'll talk to Gary. We'll make sure we get the right people there. Thank you.
Because I'd love them to quit.
And again,
Always
now
right.
we did do some no parking around intersections on Fifth North.
We
Has
need,
that helped?
it has helped. Those signs work pretty well, and I see them
It was
as
kind of an experiment.
Yeah.
It's successful. Okay,
So
okay.
I
Now,
see them as a precursor to putting them more in the neighborhood and eventually getting bulb outs and curb extensions in like the 50 years, fixing everything up.
okay. We just need to get started working. Yeah, okay, we're game.
Oh, you go downstairs around the corner at the very end.
I want to check and see if it was. He had it out there, or else it was. So I need to ask. Probably because I think
Anyway, okay, thank you. You bet. Yeah. Now we're happy to do it.
And you'll get more than.
Yeah, that's true.
so good. Yeah. Bread and salt. Yeah.
I haven't done a poll, but.
I thought that was going to be a 5-minute item.
Yeah. Well, all those public comments, yeah. I'll see if I can pick up the paint. Whoops. We'd like to resume the meeting as soon as possible. If everyone could please take their seats. Okay, we're going to proceed with agenda item number 12, which will be presented by Aaron Ardmore. I just want to say one thing. We still have a lot of items left. I'd appreciate it if everyone could be crisp and try to expedite this as much as we can. I know that every item is important, every comment's important, but the administration has asked us to make every effort to end by 10 o'clock when we can. If that's not possible, we'll keep going, but anyway, I appreciate being concise. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Council. I'll try to be brief. Do we have slides on this? So we were here almost a year ago about the same property. At that time, the applicant was trying to develop a new fourplex in place of an existing single-family home on the property. On the property at this location, there's a existing fourplex, and to the south of it, a single-family home that's deteriorated over the years. So the plan was to take down the single-family home and to have two fourplexes on the property. The council, because of a variety of issues that the applicant couldn't meet for the zone that he was requesting, denied that proposal, but requested that we come back with a proposal that would work to take down that dilapidated home and to improve that property. So staff and the applicant have found a way to do that, and that is to do it with this and 12, I believe we're sorry. With this pro zone that was used specifically for a project in the Mazer neighborhood many years ago. It provides the opportunity for the applicant to tear down the home to build a duplex rather than a fourplex. There it is on the slide now. The home is, where's my pointer on this? So the single family home's there. That would be torn down and a duplex built in its spot. So that zone provides this opportunity to improve the property. Staff has recommended approval on this because not only does it take away that dilapidated home, but it improves this corner. with this project would be provided a new sidewalk and a new park strip planter on the corner, and increased parking for this property to take cars off the street. So for those reasons, we've recommended approval, and the following item has to do with this too, but I'll stop for now and see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Ardmore? Seeing none, we'll ask if the applicant is here and if he would like to speak. Mr. Kevin Reich?
Actually, I'm Boyd Martin in here in lieu of Kevin Reich.
Okay, thank you.
Representing the applicant. I don't have a lot to add. We have been, I was looking at emails as I was waiting tonight in this project in one way or another. We first spoke with Neighborhood Chair Catherine Allen about this in August of 2014. And so we're anxious and grateful for the opportunity to be able to improve this corner. I'm here to answer any questions. I do think Aaron pointed out some good things. It is definitely a vast improvement to the neighborhood. It also helps eliminate, part of what Public Works has requested we do is also improve some of the drainage facility on this corner, which has also been incorporated into the drawings. And with your approval tonight, we're ready and anxious to get in for permit and get going. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Is the neighborhood chair or a representative of the neighborhood chair, vice chair here? Speak? Doesn't look like it. This is a public hearing, so are there any citizens that wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, we will bring this to the council for discussion or a motion. Is there any discussion?
Motion?
Okay.
I move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Connect to approve the ordinance as written. Is there a second? Mr. Harding has seconded. Any further discussion? And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And the motion passes unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. All right, well, let's move on to item 13, which I believe is related. And this is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Provo City Code, Section 14.5, to reduce the minimum project area size. And anyway, the rest as written, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Ardmore.
Okay, so this is a very simple amendment. As I previously spoke, this zone was written specifically for a project in Mazer. So the acreage worked for that, but now that it's being applied to this property, we needed to reduce that acreage from 0.9 to 0.34, which is what this parcel is. And that's it.
Thank you. What areas of the city would be affected by this change?
This would be the only parcel affected.
This would be the only parcel because of
the Del Coronado Pro Zone.
Oh, because it's a special zone. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Connect.
I'd just like to say, so they're making use of an existing pro zone that they're modifying, correct?
That's correct.
So in theory, somebody could then use this modified zone for some other location.
They could request it of the city, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good clarification. Any other discussion? And I'll look for a motion.
I believe it's also a public hearing.
Oh, thank you. I'm going a little too fast here. Are there any citizens that would like to speak to this item? Then we'll bring it back. If not, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Mr. Winterton has made a motion to approve the ordinance as written. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Connect. Any further discussion?
I know,
Mr. Harding.
I know that we are trying to move quickly, so I will try to keep this very brief. My only concern, generally, moving forward and setting precedents, is there's a number of homes in similar condition in my neighborhood and I think throughout my district, and I'm not, I think we need to be careful about saying, oh, well, that's run down, so we better increase the density there, or so there may be some homes that are in some areas that we don't necessarily want the single-family homes becoming duplexes, and so it's just something that we need to consider in the future if we're signaling to people that one way to increase the number of units on their property is just to allow their properties to be run down.
Thank you. Mr. Armour?
May I point out, this area actually in the Franklin neighborhood plan was proposed as a future land use to be low-density residential, so higher density was expected in this area of the neighborhood. So,
Thank you for that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any further discussion?
Question for Aaron. Says on the sheet in front of us that it was approved 6-0 by the Planning Commission with conditions. And one of them is the conditional use for the dumpster location be approved by the Planning Commission. Has that already been done, or does that need to be done?
the conditional use and the project plan were both approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay, so we're doing the last part of.
Last part of it.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. And we're on to item 14, which is on our screen in front of us and will be presented by Dustin Wright.
Thank you. So item number 14 is a rezone from the hospital. IHC is requesting on properties that they've been working on rezoning as they've acquired them south of their current campus. They have they've had the general plan amended in this area previously, and as part of the other rezonings that have taken place. Since that time, they've acquired some additional properties and are looking to rezone those so they can utilize the property more efficiently. As part of the rezone, it'd be important that there's a condition of approval that the parcels are combined into a single parcel to help meet the requirements of the healthcare facilities zone, and to ensure that they meet the minimum lot sizes, and to not create parcels that don't have frontage and things like that with the proposed street vacation as well. So if there's any questions for the rezone, I'd be happy to help.
Mr. Jones.
While Dustin's still at the podium, Mr. Harding pointed this out to me, and I think it's would be appropriate. In the interest of efficiency, if the chair wants to, I think you could read item 15 in as well, since it's all about the same project. It looks like all of the same people are going to be talking about both items, so you could hold one public hearing about both items if you desired to do so, and then just separate motions to pass them.
Okay, great. Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Harding. Let's read in agenda item 15 as well. So that's a public hearing on an ordinance vacating the public streets, 250 west between 800 north and 940 north, and 880 north between 300 west and Freedom, adjacent to property owned by IHC Health Services for future hospital expansion, located in the R1, 6A, and HCF care facility zones. Okay, so do you want to comment on that one as well?
Sure. So here's a aerial view of the proposed streets to be vacated. 880 North and 250 West. All the properties that have frontage on these are owned by IHC Health Services, and there won't be any impacts to any other property owners with a vacation of these streets. And so as part of the streets being vacated, same thing, the condition that the parcels are combined into one as part of a plat. And that when the street is vacated, the way that this works is when the subdivisions were originally created at their time, the streets were dedicated to the city. And so when we vacate a street, when that's the case, then the city would deed back that property. And so in this case, there was no transfer of funds for that, so there wouldn't be at this time when the streets are vacated.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Wright on either one of those agenda items? Mr. Connect.
So on this item, it says approved with condition that the CRC items are addressed and final approval is given. So are the CRC items still out there?
I believe most of them have been worked through at this point, but if there are any remaining, that would also be a condition of approval too.
But I'm just bringing that up because maybe we need to make sure that's part of the motion.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Other questions?
Is there any contemplation of vacating 300 West?
No, there's not a plan by the hospital to do that, and I don't think the city would want to do that either, since that's more of a through street that serves more of the city than what we see on this cul-de-sac portion.
We've only got one piece left in this whole parcel then to rezone, or is that already rezoned? Isn't there one piece that's left that's not purchased by the
Yeah, there's
hospital?
this property right here. IHC hasn't acquired that, and so that will just remain in the R16A zone. But the three parcels, this one here on the corner, and I believe this one and one of those are the three that are being proposed to be rezoned that they have acquired.
And the intent, is that, do you know anything about that? I'm sure that they'd like the piece, of course, but is it, do you know why we aren't rezoning that and why they haven't purchased it?
Yeah, we haven't rezoned it because they don't have ownership, and so the property owner that's there, we feel like it's something that they can, if they do sell it, they could have it rezoned at that time. But until then, there's not necessarily a reason to do that since they don't have ownership of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Is the applicant here to speak? We'll invite you to speak on both of those items.
Thank you. My name is Matt Lauder. I represent Intermountain Healthcare. I actually have no comments. I'm here just in case you have any questions you'd like to direct towards us.
Are there any questions for Mr. Lauder? All right, thank you, Mr. Lauder. Is the neighborhood chair here? I don't believe he is. Mr. Pedersen. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item or on either one of these two items? Seeing none, we will turn it back to the council for discussion. Oh, actually, I just want to clarify one thing with Mr. Jones in case someone is ready for a motion. So on number 14, we'll do that one first. There is this condition here. So do we have a draft that includes that condition? And my other question is there only one draft that we're looking at, or is there more than one?
There's only one draft that I'm aware of, and I don't think it says anything about the condition. The condition comes out of the report of action, is that right? Where was the condition? Is that where it was proposed?
The condition I'm looking at says parcels, it's recommendation from the planning condition with conditions, parcels combined into one parcel with the surrounding property owned by IHC Health Services. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Is there something that we need to do in the ordinance to accomplish that? Mr. Harding?
I believe that zone requires a certain minimum acreage, and so even though that parcel would be inside a larger healthcare facilities, it by itself wouldn't meet the requirements of the zone unless it's a part of that greater parcel. So it's just kind of those technicalities.
So I guess I'm not clear if an amendment is required on the current draft.
I'm not either. I guess the question is, if the council is concerned, has some concern that that won't happen and that the rezone has to be contingent on that happening before the zone change goes into effect, then I think we need an amendment to the ordinance. But if it's just something that we're confident is going to happen in the normal course, then I don't think we do. But I'm not precisely sure what the discussion about that condition, where the discussion about that condition came from and what the impetus behind it was.
Can we ask Bill Pepperoni?
Or Dustin. Dustin's raising his hand. So.
Mr. Wright?
Yeah, so the reason we have that condition is like Mr. Harding said, the healthcare facilities zone has a few requirements that when these parcels, these individual parcels are rezoned, they wouldn't meet the healthcare facilities zone requirements, like lot size is 10,000 square feet. Most of these lots are 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. So we would be creating non-conforming lots if we rezone it before the plat is done. So that's why that condition is there. But we wanted to make sure that the rezoning is approved so that they can go through that time and expense to create that plat and have that recorded. So that's the reason why that item would have that condition. I do recall the rezone didn't have any additional CRC comments. I think it had final approval from CRC.
So with respect to number 14, is it your opinion that the ordinance as currently written is sufficient, or is there something you'd like to see added to address this?
I haven't seen the ordinance.
Can we bring that up?
So my thoughts on that, I appreciate Mr. Jones's suggestion. I do think, even though we may be highly confident that IHC would follow through with that, I think we had the Planning Commission recommend approval under these conditions, and so I think it's good practice for us to grant approval under those conditions. And so I would feel far more comfortable if our ordinance or if our the amendment is conditional based on that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Jones, do you know what would be required to add that condition, or do we need to have some help from community development on that?
I'm trying to put it in as we speak. I guess the question is, anytime we make something conditional, the one question I have is there an expiration? Is there a time period in which we expect this consolidation to happen or think that it ought to happen in order for the ordinance to still be valid?
Yes, the application for the rezone, applications last for a year from when they were first submitted, so there would be an expiration if they never were to meet that condition, then they'd have to come back at a future time to do the rezone again.
And so just to clarify, to meet this condition, if we make it conditional, this requires action on the part of the applicant. Is that right?
Correct, and we've spoken with them about it, that's what we've done on the other rezones that we've done.
Okay.
Is that they had to do that as well, so they're going through that process with those other parcels that we've already rezoned to get those combined into one parcel. And then the overall intent is to have the existing large parcel that the hospital is currently on, plus all these additional ones combined into one plat. So that's the overall goal for this.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask the applicant if they understand this condition and if they have any concern about it.
Adam Jensen, architect with Intermountain Healthcare. Yes, regarding the two plats, so currently there's two plats in the works. Plat A, what we call Plat B. Plat B will take care of this east of 300 West area, and it's relatively within the next few weeks. It should be ready to be submitted for approval.
Okay. All right, so this condition is you're not concerned about adding that condition. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Mr. Connect.
So when someone comes in with a plat map, in this case, they want to combine the parcels, if the property had not already been zoned, you wouldn't allow it to be combined. Is it kind of a chicken and egg thing? So does it have to be rezoned first before they can actually combine it, or can they combine it first and then technically have the rezone take effect?
Yeah, they could do it in either order. This way, doing it this way first gives them a little bit more surety that there's a need to do that. If the rezone gets denied, then they don't really have a need to go through that process and that expenditure of creating the plat and having it recorded and all that. So if the rezoning's in place, then they can then move forward with getting that plat recorded and have those parcels all combined.
So the city would actually accept a plat on property that had not been rezoned?
If you're dividing property, yes. If you're dividing it, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in an attempt to address that, we'll call again, in an effort to make it a little bit simpler, we'll call the original version version A. This is version B. We included this sentence at the end of part 1 and added language at line 63, clarifying that the effective date of the ordinance is affected by the language in part 1.
So is this sentence then the only addition?
Yes.
And does that make it clear that the effective date of the rezone happens when?
Yeah, there's two changes. One is adding this sentence. 2 actually isn't a change. The funny thing is, this version differs from the original version, if I'm going to go through it in detail, by adding this sentence, by correcting line 51, which said part 3 and really needed to say part 2, and then by correcting line 63, where there was language, the except as otherwise stated language shouldn't even have been in there. This was copied apparently from a development agreement template instead of a standard rezone template. Anyway, so that language that says except as otherwise stated in part 1 means that sentence about the effective date controls and that it's only effective if that takes place.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So I think we're looking for 2 steps here. Do we have a motion to amend the original draft as indicated on the screen here?
So moved.
Mr. Stewart has moved to amend as indicated on the screen. Is there a second? Mr. Harding. And again, we're just voting on amending the draft at this point. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. So now this amended draft is now before us. Is there a motion to approve that, or any? Mr. Stewart moves to approve the amended draft. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Connect, any further discussion?
Just, Brian, just out of curiosity, could we, as a council, just say we make a motion to accept and approve the amended one, or do we have to amend the document and then accept the then vote on the amended document? Or could we just say, that's, I'm just curious.
Yeah. Sorry, the procedure that Councilmember Sewell is following right now is the procedure that we've recommended in the past. And I've recommended in the past specifically because we often have this situation in these meetings where we talk for several minutes around whether or not we even want to change something. My attempt was to I kind of modified that without telling him first here a little bit when I started proposing this. Let's call one version A and one version B. I did that thinking that you could just say I move to adopt version B and do it all in one motion. I would only use that process where, as here, there already seemed to be kind of general agreement about what the amendment was going to be. If there's going to be a lot of discussion about exactly how to amend it, then it's better practice to make the motion to amend and then approve the amended version.
Thank you.
Either way works.
Thank you.
I think it is clear to do the two-step process, and we can investigate whether that first step in this case could be done by consent, you know, asking if there's any objections. Maybe that would speed it up a little.
Right. I agree.
Okay, let's see. Where are we at right now?
So we've approved the motion to amend, and now we're looking for a motion to approve the amended ordinance.
I think we did have a motion to approve the amended ordinance, and I think we did have a second, didn't we?
We got those, okay.
You have a second, so unless there's further discussion, I believe we're ready to vote on approving the amended draft.
Right.
Okay. All in favor? And that motion carries unanimously to approve the amended draft. Thank you.
I will move to approve the ordinance vacating the public streets 250 west between 800 north and 940 north and 880 north between 300 west and Freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Stewart. Just a clarification, so again, we only have one draft before us. Right, Mr. Jones, and do we need to do anything about this Planning Commission recommended condition? Remaining CRC items are addressed and final approval is given.
I believe we were told that all CRC items had been resolved and it had final approval. Is that
correct?
That's the case on the rezone. I'm not 100% sure on the street vacation, so there might still be some requirements on that from CRC.
Thank you. So, do we need an amendment to cover that?
That's a great question. I don't know what.
Or is that something that's going to happen anyway? I mean, is that a required part of the process that we don't need to be concerned about? Okay, Mr. Paparoni says it would happen anyway, so in your opinion, we don't need to worry about this additional condition? Thank you. So we have, boy, I'm getting confused tonight. I think we did have a motion and a second, right? But is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Harding.
just in the future, it'd be good to kind of resolve this. If we're going to have, conditions requested by the Planning Commission, I think it'd be good if they're still outstanding to get them in the ordinance for the future.
And that probably, well, I'll talk to Mr. Strachan about it. It raises a question about, I think, who's drafting the ordinances. So.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of approving the motion? The motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. Okay, we are on to number 16. A resolution approving an amendment to a development agreement regarding property generally located at 660 East, 300 North, in order to amend the covenants, conditions, and restrictions required by the agreement. And this will be presented by Robert and Dion Turley.
Yes, I'm Dion Turley. My husband, Robert Stephen Turley, is also here. The other owner of the property, Joan Hutchinson, is unable to be here, but she's listening in. So we're requesting a change to a requirement in Exhibit D of the development agreement approved 10 years ago for property with a previous owner. The development agreement requires that both of the twin homes planned for the property be owner occupied for a period of 15 years from the time that the CCRs are recorded. Based on suggestions from council members at the previous work session, we propose amending the development agreement, Exhibit D, paragraph 4C, and as it's referenced in paragraph 3, to read, for at least 3 years following the effective date of the covenants, conditions, and restrictions, one dwelling unit shall be occupied by the owners thereof. Now, I have a lot of stuff prepared here to present to you, and I'd be happy to tell you about what kind of research we've done, recognizing that it's getting late. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about how we came up with this, but if I'll leave that up to you, or do you want me to go through that now?
Can we bring up the proposed revisions to the development agreement? Do we have those handy? And in the meantime, I guess my first question is could you just give an executive summary of what the changes are and why, or why you're asking for them?
All right. Well, when we looked at the development agreement before, we had asked to have that deleted, the requirement for the 15-year owner-occupied section. When that seemed to be problematic for some members of the council, we went back and said, let's look at, well, in fact, it had been suggested that there might be a compromise. And we looked at other properties in the area, what properties had similar kinds of restrictions, and we felt that a 3-year would answer some of the concerns that the council might have. And since we are planning to be permanent residents, we're moving into one of these homes. And in fact, Joan Hutchinson is also planning to live there. We felt like the flexibility, we'd still have the flexibility, but still be able to give the neighborhood the assurance that we were going to be owner-occupied, at least in one unit of that twin home. And so we felt like we were covering some of the concerns of the council and still being able to have some of that flexibility with this sort of a compromise.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Turley?
And I think one of the concerns that we had for you also was being able to find financing. That was the big issue. Were you able to find financing with a 3-year restriction rather than the 15-year restriction?
What we had, we talked to, well, I had contacted Bill Swadley of Bank of America Fork. He referred us to the mortgage manager, Amy Dunkley, who stated that their bank would be hesitant before approving a loan on a property for which title documents included an agreement with a 15-year occupancy requirement. We talked to our own mortgage broker, David Barton, who's branch manager at Rocky Mountain Mortgage Loans, and he sent us this following statement, which I could read, I guess. It's just one paragraph. He said, "We could not find any verbiage about owner occupancy requirements from any of the lenders specifically. However, the secondary department was more concerned about how a lengthy owner occupancy clause would affect marketability in the future, and more specifically, how it would affect a potential appraised value of the home or the project in the future, since an appraisal would need to find comparable properties with similar stipulations of an owner occupancy clause in the surrounding area or neighborhoods. They felt that could make the project less desirable to finance, since it would limit the options or ability to finance the property now and in the future. So what they were saying to us was, first, that it was very unusual at this time to have that kind of restriction on there, and that it would be more difficult. And what we had heard them say, yeah, he's talked to some of the people as well.
Let me answer that directly, Mr. Whitman. He said up to 3 years would probably not be a problem, but he said when you go past 3 to 5 years, it would be an issue. So we think getting financing at that level would be okay.
Great. Are there other questions? Mr.
Question,
Berger.
Dion, on the condition 4, that one dwelling unit shall be occupied, is that something we required from our last discussion, or is that something you added to?
We're saying, we're there, and we're concerned. We would like to keep. We'd like to keep owner occupied, but if one of the units was sold, we'd prefer to purchase that, for example, or have some kind of say about who's in there. So we're just looking at some flexibility there.
Okay, so, I mean, if that was totally eliminated, then neither dwelling unit had to be owner occupied after 3 years.
Excuse me?
If you didn't have that second condition, in other words, if it was just a 3 year, 3 years, and then it didn't matter after that, instead of the one, I mean, does that help or hurt or matter at all to you?
The reason this actually came out of our council discussion, Mr. Van Buren, and the reason that the one was there is that the person who's most skittish about this agreement is the owner of the other twin home. We frankly are planning on being there for a really long time. She was recently lost her husband. She's a widow, and her life's she doesn't know what's happening next. And so a lot of the council's concerned about owner occupancy was that the property we've maintained and all those kind of things. And if we have one of those homes owned by us and we're planning on being there for a long time, we thought that would address that concern, because we care about the property because we're living there.
Okay, thanks.
So my understanding of this is it's a restriction for 3 years that at least one unit be owner occupied. After 3 years, there's no requirements anymore. I believe that's what it says. If that's not what it says, then okay. Thank you.
Mr. Connect.
So, considering how good of a job you've done in the neighborhood program, I'm not sure if I want you to move.
Well, I'm staying in the city. Yeah, members of my neighborhood are also wondering who's going to be up for neighborhood chair. Someone will rise to the occasion.
We got to be careful about arbitrary and capricious here if we don't let her move.
Well, that's one of the things that we were looking at. Mr. Harding had stated in the last work session that we're going to be careful about what they would do for one that they wouldn't do for another. And that was when we started looking at other properties and what there were. For example, the Dixon Place, I think, was just approved recently. There is an owner occupancy requirement there, but it's for 1 year. And it only applies to the first occupants. And just this evening, I think you had also another one that was a pro zone to the 820. As far as I know, there was no restriction on owner occupancy for that one either. We're asking to be treated like others are being treated right now. So it kind of goes both ways.
Yep. Mr. Harney.
My concern on that was not the entering into of a development agreement, but the amending of a previously entered into agreement. I was not on the council for the Dixon Place, but that was something that was proffered by the developer that I don't think really made a difference one way or another. But since he proffered it, we put it in. But do you know why this project didn't get built after it was rezoned and?
Yeah, we've talked a little bit to the other owners. I should say also this original development agreement, Mr. Jossi, who I think proposed it 10 years ago, preferred not to have that restriction, and it was put in not because he suggested it, but rather was suggested, I think, by the council or by the planning commission at the time. What we understand from the realtors that we've talked to on the project is the reason this lot's been vacant for 10 years since that original plan was because of the difficulties of this 15-year restriction. So that's my understanding, is that's made it hard to turn this into a nice single-family home. We've just had an empty lot there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, what happened to the, it was on the screen, now it's gone.
I think Mr. Stewart would like to see the draft back up on the screen.
I had a question.
Computer is rebooting. Okay.
And it talks about running 3 years from the time of the covenant. Does that start now? Or is it already gone?
Not quite yet, so it starts now.
It starts when the CCNRs are recorded.
The requirement in the development agreement is to record CCNRs that include that language. So
It's the new development agreement with.
right. So well, even the original agreement. I mean, technically, the 15 years never started because the original development agreement said the requirement is to record CCNRs that say they'll be owner occupied for 15 years. The 15 years would have started with the recording of the CCNRs.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I'll send you this, because you did some really great work on this.
Okay.
You might want to frame it and put it in the living room.
I think you need to frame it and put it in the house.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Put it on the welcome mat.
So I think this item is not noticed for public comment, is that correct? Okay, but if there is someone here that really wants to speak on it, I'll give you 1 minute to comment. Mr. Graff.
I'm Bill Graff, the neighborhood chair, and we do want the Turleys to move, and we want them to move to Joaquin. And them coming as an owner-occupied property is great. We discussed it among our neighborhood as a group for separating the two properties. We didn't discuss the term. So we don't have the neighborhood officially doesn't have a term on 3 years versus 15. But I personally would encourage you to endorse the 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public? If not, you go ahead. Briefly, please.
Yeah, so once again, Wayne Levitt, Vice Chair of Joaquin. I can just say I'm with Bill on this. So.
Great, that works. Thank you. All right, if there's no further public comments, we'll turn it over to the council for any discussion or for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution amending the development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Is there a second?
Discussion?
There's always discussion after, yes. And we have a second from Mr. Harding, and we're open for discussion.
It's always difficult to remove owner occupancy restrictions. That's something that we worked on for years, trying to build up neighborhoods, but I understand in this situation, leaving it for 3 years, and you need it for financing, that I'll go along with it.
Any further discussion?
Was it clear, I mean, we're voting on this, but did we specifically mention it's for 3 years?
Yes, because what's on the screen is attached as an exhibit to the ordinance.
Got it.
To the
Thanks.
resolution, I mean.
Okay. Any further discussion? And I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? And the motion passes unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. Thank you. By the way, I thought that was a very, very good compromise that you offered, very thoughtful, so thank you. All right, we are on to number 17. We're getting close here. And this one is a public hearing on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 4.18 acres of real property generally located at 1040 South, 1000 East, from heavy commercial CM and residential conservation RC to low-density residential LDR. And just a quick personal comment, I'm really pleased to see this item on the agenda, and we'll turn the time over to Mr. Pepperoni.
So the subject property is on South State Street. You're familiar with it. Carpenter Seat is here. 1000 East is up to the south. 1060 South is on the west border here. There's a commercial use, a diesel repair place to the north. The Community Development Department has brought this zone change application forward for several reasons. One is that there has been some version or another of application on this property since March of 2013. So for just over 3 years now, we've been trying to decide what to do with this property. The number of staff hours that we've put into this has gone way, way beyond any application fees that were paid. We're in the hundreds of staff hours now in the review and evaluation of this. Then thirdly, back in January of this year, after the City Council repealed the MDR zone, Gary McGinn and I began talking about what seemed like a likely path to proceed on this. And we thought that for the city to initiate a zone change application independent of a site plan would be a good way to proceed. We thought that bifurcating the issue of zoning and site plan would be helpful in that if we could decide as a city what is the appropriate zone and zone it that way, then as a site plan came forward, if it met the requirements of the zone, the staff would recommend approval. If it didn't, we'd recommend denial. The staff has been comfortable with the LDR zone on this property for some time. The southeast neighborhood plan has been under review. It's been out for public vetting for a year now, and it has shown this property as LDR during that whole time. In fact, that was one of the reasons for the Planning Commission's additional, or original, not additional, but original denial of the MDR zone was because the neighborhood plan showed the property as LDR. Mr. McGinn and I also felt like the LDR zone that we have today has sufficient protections and requirements in it to produce a better development than what has been built in the surrounding area. These projects to the south are at higher density. Although they're townhouse products, they're at higher density than what you can build in the LDR zone today. And their parking ratio is considerably less than what is required in the LDR zone today. So we were comfortable going forward with that. The site plan that was submitted to the Planning Commission, just to show them what could be done, wasn't submitted for their review. Can we go to the next slide? So that simply shows 63 townhome units, which would meet the requirement, the density of the LDR zone, 20% open space that meets the requirement, meets all of the setback requirements, meets the parking requirements. That was simply illustrative to show that a project could be done that meets all the requirements of the zone. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Pepperoni. Now, it's my understanding that even though this was initiated by community development and that the planning commission recommendation was for the zone only, that the applicant is in fact proffering a development agreement.
That's my understanding, yes.
So I guess, well, first let's ask if there's any questions for Mr. Pepperoni, and then we'll invite the applicant to come up, and if he has something to proffer to discuss that.
So the specific reasons for the Planning Commission approval are enumerated in the report of action under the findings. That's where the reasons are given, justifications given for the zone change.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
I'd just like to address the development agreement question briefly, if I may. Recognizing that there was significant discussion previously about requirements that would help the council to feel comfortable with the appropriateness of the zone. Legal staff, also with review by community development staff, reached out to the owner and verified that those proffers were still in place. And in fact, to solidify that, there was already a pre-reviewed version of the development agreement that legal staff, community development staff, and the developer all reviewed, and that the developer has already signed. So that is in, assuming that the interests that the council have are correctly identified in that, it's already in final form that just needs to be approved by the ordinance and then executed by the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So a follow-up then, could you discuss the form of the ordinance that is before us? Because based on that, it sounds like it would be the form that we typically do that ties the effective date of the zone change to execution of the development agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct. Following the preamble, there are 3 parts to the ordinance, and this is the only version that exists at this moment in time. Part 1 authorizes the mayor to execute the development agreement, because absent that, he doesn't yet have that authority. Part 2 approves the zone change, but makes the effective date of the zone change contingent upon final execution of the development agreement. And Part 3 contains the standard boilerplate.
Okay. All right. So I think we would invite well, not really the applicant, because I guess the applicant in this case is community development, but the owner or the representative of the owner, if anything you would like to tell us about, or maybe just confirm that the proffer of the development agreement, anything you'd like to review in there? I mean, is it much different than what we saw before, or maybe you could highlight the differences if there are some?
There's no difference. It's the same thing that was proffered 6 months ago, consistent with what the council wanted. We raised that bar above the zoning requirement to provide what we thought was significantly better product, and so it's consistent with everything that the council's asked for. And then I think that there were some helpful clarifications that were added through the staff review, and actually even some council members that provided that as well.
Thank you. So I guess the number of units would change because of the different zone. Are there any questions for Mr. Turley? All right.
Thanks for your hundreds of hours of time.
Thank you, and likewise for your hundreds of hours of time. Let's see, this is a public hearing, so we would invite the neighborhood chair if she would like to speak, and then following that, we'll have any public input.
I will just keep my remarks and comments very brief because it is late. The one thing that comes to my mind as you consider all of this tonight is the effect that it will have on the quality of life of those people there. From the beginning, I felt like LDR was a good thing here. And I've maintained that. MDR would have been far too much. But at this point, I'm wondering if there's any chance we could do something special and decrease the number of units just a little bit, even if it's only 10%, maybe 15%, a few units. When we were in the Planning Commission meeting, Mrs. Sweldos came forward indicating she wanted to sell both properties, the one on the north side of Carpenter Seat and the one on the south side, which to me would say there is a driveway already established out onto State Street. I know UDOT won't allow anything else, but there's a driveway already there. And could that be utilized to lessen the impact on the quality of life of those people who live on 1060 South? And really, that's all I have to say tonight. And I wanted to leave you with two things that made a very intense impression on me years ago as I sat in a meeting. Dr. Varn Park was speaking, and he was sharing some thoughts about no matter how valid the excuse is, the result is always the same. Whatever you decide here tonight, based on everything that's been given you. I mean, I even provided the pictures again of the parking that's there, that already exists, the parking problems that already exist on 1000 East and on 1140 South. And being real about the way things are. I mean, you know, engineering is a lot of numbers, you know, and sometimes the numbers and the reality of the people that live there do not match up and they just don't mesh. And the recommending documents that you have access to, all of the city codes, it touches on that. It talks about the reality of the people who live there and what they experience. So we can say, well, you know, the parking requirements were different when that went in or that went in. But how do we correct the mistakes that have come from the past based on the zoning and laws that were in place at that time? No matter how valid the excuse or the explanation, the result is still the same. And our area is no different than any other part of Provo. We have parking problems, significant parking problems. We have a new park coming in. The number one concern for that new park is the safety of those who will be frequenting that park. It should be a lovely place. 1140 South has not been addressed. Nothing has been addressed concerning a street there, or a street light, not a street, there is a street there. But still, turning from 1140 South onto State Street is a treacherous experience. If there were any possibility to get an access, even a private drive, out onto State Street through either of those Sweldo properties, I would pray that you would pursue that. I don't know what has come of that. I know that night at the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Pepperoni suggested to Mr. Maxfield that he get her contact info. I don't know where that's gone. It sounds like this is pretty well set in stone and ready to go. And there have been some good things that have come of that, which is all good, you know. So just remembering that no matter how valid the excuse for what is there now, the result is still the same. It still affects the quality of life for every person who lives there now and every person who will come in the future with this new development. Secondly, one last thing, I sat in a meeting just recently, not so many weeks ago, and it was all about consequences for the choices we make and for the paths we take. And it's the same thing. We have to answer for what we leave behind and for what we give to the future. With that being said, I don't really have any other comments. The main concern I have for this neighborhood, it seems fragile. We have a lot of lower density housing there. We have major parking problems. I don't know how we address those, but to ignore them and to just go ahead and build the max that could go there seems a bit faulty. And I would ask that you would consider that tonight as you not only decide what happens for the people who live there and the quality of their life, but for those who will come when this new development actually takes place. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I doubt that you would, but I can field them. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there any questions for Ms. Miller, or are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this issue? If not, we will bring it back to the council for discussion.
Question.
Mr. Knag.
So I don't know who is best to answer this. I just wanted to go on record that we did explore, Wayne, we asked UDOT about an access out to State Street, is that correct? Oops. Yes? Yes, that's correct. And what was their final response, or did they give us one?
I don't know that we've had a final response, Mr. Graves, but it was, I don't know if icy cold is a good description of the response, but it was something they were not at all in favor of.
Okay.
Even a public street coming out onto State Street.
Right. And I guess for the applicant, I didn't know, there's kind of some, it's news to me that the adjacent property owner, Sweldo, might want to sell, and I don't know if that has any possible consequence here because you already have a plan. I don't know if you're looking at changing the plan, but the one access we were looking at was just north of Carpenter Seed, and I don't know if there's any other options because it usually has to line up with another street. They are very picky about what they approve. So my focus was trying to find a way to create an access out to State Street, and I think the applicant in years past did try to do that, and we got the same response from UDOT. So I suppose we're at a dead end there, but I did want to go on record that we realized, just like the Planning Commission talked about, that it was much better to have some connection to a collector or an arterial rather than use the existing roads through the neighborhood.
Are there comments? Mr. Harding.
I've got a question. Perhaps it's, well, partly a comment, partly a question. Recently, we heard and passed the Franklin Neighborhood Plan, which lays out a vision for future land use, quite specifically like different zones and for specific areas. And so I think we've kind of indicated that this is the zoning that we believe should be in place in those areas. Should we expect a number of city-initiated requests for rezones to move all of those properties into the zoning as envisioned in the Franklin Neighborhood Plan?
It really is dependent on the neighborhood and the situation. In Joaquin, they were very comfortable with us moving forward with the mass rezoning north of 700 North to BYU campus. So that was hundreds of properties over probably 10 square blocks. And if you remember, I don't remember anyone coming out to the meeting to protest that. In other cases, the neighborhood has said, no, we don't want the city to move forward with city-initiated rezonings. We want those to happen more organically. So it just depends on the neighborhood's desires and the specific situation.
Okay.
We're not anticipating rezonings in Franklin that are city-initiated.
Did Spring Creek ask you to or indicate
We're still trying
they...
to decide on the zoning in Spring Creek, but the last neighborhood meeting, which was just last week, proposed an MDR zone for a quite large area south of this. And I could see that neighborhood saying, yes, go forward with the rezone so that it gets out of the M1 zone and into something else. I could see that happening.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further comments? Well, seeing no further comments, I'd just like to comment that I like this. I like this new plan. I think it's even better than what we saw before. I just wanted to make one comment. It's a little bit of maybe a nitpicky issue, but I know there's been concern about the traffic on 1040 South and the 1060 South. Thank you. The original traffic projection that showed 60% going through 1060 and 40% going the other direction showed a traffic count slightly above 500, which was the city's standard for that size of road. And then a later projection showed it a little under 500, but the only difference between the two is just the projection of what percent went in each direction. And I always kind of wondered if maybe we should be a little more conservative on that after hearing all the neighbors talk about that difficulty on that left turn down on 1140. So even if we go back to the more conservative estimate saying that 60% of the traffic is going to go through 1040. Now with this new plan and the LDR zone, we're back under that 500. And maybe that's a small point, but that gave me some comfort. So unless anyone's thought of any other comments, yes, Mr. Graves.
If I could maybe just make a clarification on these numbers. The 500 number isn't a volume number on a local street that's recognized in our transportation master plan. The 500 has to do with street widths. Okay, and so if it's under 500, there's a different street width standard that can be applied to local streets, where if it's over 500, solidly over 500, then there's a larger pavement width that's normally used. But the local street standard is contained in our transportation master plan for local streets is 1,400 to 1,800 vehicles per day.
For what width of street?
For any local streets.
Even the 24-foot?
That's correct.
Okay, well then I had a misunderstanding of that standard.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that so that there wasn't any issues. And the effort that went through that evaluation process was quite extensive. One thing to maybe keep in mind, and maybe it will make some people feel better and others not, is on a street that would have between 400 and 500 vehicles a day, we would estimate that during peak traffic times, you would see less than one vehicle a minute on that street. And so that it really kind of puts things in perspective if you start to look at your own streets, that you live on, of what the impacts of that type of traffic volume is.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Mr. Connect.
Did you want to talk about any traffic calming that is being proposed?
I think, as the final design comes forward, we're always looking for things, particularly in residential areas, to do traffic calming, whether it's bulb outs, whether it's narrower, type intersections. I mean, there's a multitude of different types of traffic calming that could be used. And I'm not sure at this point in time if there's been anything proposed in the development plan, but we would for certain be looking for those as we do with every project. I'm not sure if you have something.
Well, I just remember someone saying that there might be a speed bump or a dip, but it wouldn't be on the city property.
Yeah, and sometimes we don't really, on our city streets or even encourage on private streets, speed bumps, just because they're very difficult to maintain. They're difficult on our equipment. We do use, dips or cross gutters at some locations, but they're typically design features for drainage rather than speed or traffic calming type measures.
Well, I understand that. I just thought there was something that was happening here in that regard.
If there's a drainage feature that's proposed to, where a pipe wouldn't work, where a cross gutter or something, would work for the project, that certainly would be something acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you. And I just remembered Ms. Santiago is out of communication range, but did ask me to pass on a comment. She's not able to vote. The only concern that she mentioned to me was with some doors facing the garage area, but she also mentioned she liked this plan better than anything that we've seen to this point, and she did not indicate how she would vote. So, are there any other comments? Mr. Connect.
So we are getting a sidewalk though on 1060. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Then I will look for a motion. Is your motion to approve the ordinance as written and as displayed on the screen?
An accepted development agreement as.
Yes, and this version of the ordinance does have reference to the development agreement and ties the effective date of the rezone to execution of the development agreement. Does that sufficiently clarify the motion? Okay, is there a second to the motion? Mr. Van Buren has seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Those opposed? So we have Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Knecht, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Sewell, and Mr. Winterton in favor, with Mr. Harding opposed and Ms. Santiago excused. Thank you. One last item. You gentlemen have been waiting a long time here, or at least Mr. Graybaugh has. A resolution approving the selection of an audit firm to provide audit services and authorizing the council chair to execute a contract with the audit firm. This will be presented by Mr. Strachan.
Council, you saw this item at your work session today. The city is required by state law to conduct an annual audit of its financial statements by a certified public accountant in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards. And it must be submitted to the state auditor's office within 6 months after the end of the fiscal year. A couple of months ago, we undertook a request for proposals to get proposals to do the audit services. Council's practice has been to review it every 5 years. We received 8 applicants, interviewed 3, made a recommendation to you today, and you have before you a resolution to approve and appoint Hanson, Bradshaw, Malmrose, and Erickson, commonly known as HBME, as your auditors, and then to authorize the council chair to execute a contract that conforms to the RFP and our practices. The cost on that is $42,000 in the first year. It ramps up $1,000 a year for a 5-year total of $220,000. Any questions?
And this money that we spend is required from the state that we do this audit?
State law requires that we do an audit every year. And in the oversight function that you provide as council, council selects, council executes, and council works with the auditors so that the city's finances are appropriately audited.
Mr. Stewart?
Someone's doing a good job negotiating because this is less than we were paying previously when I was on the council.
It's less than what you were paying previously?
Yeah, I'm impressed. Thanks.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Strachan. If not, I'll look for a motion or entertain council discussion.
Bryce, can you put that up? The one that I sent you. If I might, Mr. Chair. So just the version that was included in your public materials had blanks where the name of the auditor would go. In a motion during work session, it was already voted on to fill that in, so that's reflected in the one that you have here. Let's see, and did you? 17. Oh, okay. This version, and in fact, I won't call it a version. This is what's in front of you. Is this ordinance that's on the screen, and it differs slightly from the one that you may have reviewed in your materials at lines 17 and 18, where at Mr. Strachan's recommendation, I just clarified that that staff's recommendation wasn't for a specific firm, but was a recommendation to council to choose. And so that's just clarified here, maybe a little bit different than what you've seen before, but this is the version that you would be voting on.
Okay, and just to clarify, so that phrase there, was that in the work session draft that we voted on?
The work session draft said, after which staff recommended the council choose, and there was a blank. And so we changed it to this to reflect that staff didn't actually have one recommendation, just to clarify that issue.
Okay, so I'd look for a motion to accept these changes as the draft that's before us. Would anyone like to make that motion? Mr. Connect? So moved by Mr. Connect. Is there a second? Mr. Stewart, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve this ordinance as now written and amended, or Mr. Stewart?
I'll try it. I move that we approve the selection of Hanson, Bradshaw, Monrose, and Erickson to provide officers fiscal year 2016, 2017 to fiscal year 2020-21, and authorize the council chair to execute a contract in conference with RFP and the response of the audit firm.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart has moved to approve as written the selection of Hanson and Bradshaw. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Winterton, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously with Ms. Santiago excused. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'd first like to thank the committee for their work in providing us the recommendations.
Yes, thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Mr. Winterton. Is there a second? Mr. Harding, all in favor? Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Whew.
See you later, George.
See you, George.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that here's the one that made the motion.
Guess what that middle task was? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.